Check 1, 2. Hard to show everything at once, huh? I'm gonna get just a little bit of the metronomic text in there. There we go. All right, let's see. Just carting stuff over from my other desk. And then I gotta hunt for a screw that I'm missing. I only have a certain number of these screws, and some of them got away from me. They stuck to like servos and stuff. Of course, this is not what we're gonna be working on all day today. I don't have much of a plan today. I'm gonna jump from thing to thing. Yeah, where'd that screw go? Should put PC building in the title. Usually that gets some viewers. Where's this gonna go? Just put it here for now. All right, where's that screw? I kind of want to fast forward past this part of the mix. Yeah, I think I'm going to. Kind of like this is kind of a liminal period of the mix. All right, a little bit harder. I miss the times when I could play Dad Rock ahead of the stream. Dad Rock never let me down. Screw. There we go. It's probably stuck to the underside of something magnetic. I like move the subwoofer to make sure it's not under there. Oops, shit. And in doing so, almost fucking ruin all of my cables. The subwoofer, that's great. Good for your equipment, buddy. Yeah. Oh, did a number on those. Need longer cables for the subwoofer. Alright, so the screw's not under there. Or I need something that I can lift up the subwoofer on. That I may be able to get under it. Because it is just way too big. Alright, no screw there. No screws there. Like, I'm pretty confident that I'm missing a bunch of screws from this kit at this point. I really don't want to source new screws, but I might have to. Different countersunk screws, just so that I have enough of them that I can lose them periodically. Look against stuff. No, I don't really see any. Not really seeing it. Maybe I do have all the screws. I don't think that's the case though. Definitely had out only enough to cover the stuff I was trying to fit. So I threw one out accidentally. Well, that's a possibility. I'm not going through my garbage. Let's see. Now, anything magnetic on this disc? I could potentially pick up a screw. Crevices. Areas that it could roll. Underside of a mouse. Nothing. All the way over here in the corner, under this thing. No, so far no good. Oops, I accidentally unplugged the audio from my other computer by moving it. I have a USB mini, sorry, USB micro on the back of this thing. It's so irritating. I would love to upgrade it to USB-C. It has a nice, reliable connection. Yeah. Yep, not seeing it. All right, no good, no good, no good. I know I had it out. Don't know what happened to it. There's too many places for something like that to get to. I have a limited number of those screws, so. Yeah, a little bit early. Yeah, Pace. I've been using Pace for many, 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 many years. They don't fail. That's the selling point of Pace soldering stations. It just works. Always. Always, always, and forever. Move this stuff out of the way. Started a little early just because I'm like neatening stuff up ahead of stream and I get bored. So just decided to start stream. While doing so, I think I'm gonna leave the window closed for now because it's getting pretty toasty out. Getting pretty toasty outside in the Northeast. Alright, I gotta swap stools. Since that one has the dodgy top, these stools are from the 1960s. Probably 50s. They're not in good shape. The wood is very soft. And so it's hard to get a fastener in there. All right. It's midnight. Let's get started. Well, not really started. Let me sit down and actually take a look at what you guys are saying over here. Oh, I'm gonna get a soda. Let me get a soda real quick. Uno momento. Ah, shit. Stools, of course, on top of the mic cable. Where else would it be? Is these even cold yet? No. God damn it. They're not cold yet. Oh well. Bump. Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to start soon. Yeah, I got a couple missed things that I just kind of want to like kind of poke at. I don't know if we're gonna be doing modeling today because I think I'm pretty much almost done. Aside from designing the PCB for the RC car, so the PCB is the next part. But I think I've gotten to the point where my little tweaks and tunes have gotten me to where things are going to fit together now. So I'm going to put things together. I have a print that's going on right now. That's going to be done in like less than half an hour. And then I'll be able to mount the motor in with everything else on, at least on the test chassis. I may be missing a screw to do that, but either way, there's not much else for me to do until I do my homework on it. So I want to kind of finish that up, see if there are any tweaks. I'll make the tweaks, but you know, I've been going back and forth with the 3D model for some time now, so I can, you know, I can show the end result. I can show the good 3D model as I have it currently. Probably need to edit a couple things in order to make it, you know, really, really good. There's some chamfers in there that I kind of just like left outside of the categories, but sort of a good way to work with Fusion 360 and sort of being cognizant of the model and everything like that. I might have to disable the fart box one day because you guys can't handle it. It's like I give you guys a little bit of toilet humor. All right, so yeah, so right now I just want to do a test fit on this thing. Oh, and I need the other screws. I have more than one. Oh, there they are. Okay. I have more than one miscellaneous bin for this project. Or sorry, for the RC car stuff. It's all part of going overboard. I had to gap the servo differently, and in gapping the servo differently, it turns out my slicer detected thin walls and decided just not to do anything with it. So it didn't make the sort of edge that the servo needed to grip. And then I used this to figure out where the holes were and do slight tweaks and tunes. You see, part of this whole thing was taking the chassis and all the holes in the chassis and a flatbed scan of the chassis, figuring out where all the holes go, and then measuring them and giving them even numbers, because no engineer in their right mind is going to have weird, fractions of millimeters going around. So part of my reorganization of this whole thing was to get all of those screw holes in regular locations and then base my parts off of those screw holes that are in regular locations. So yeah, the servo holder can come out. That's just 3 screws. And I don't know what the hell WL Toys was doing when they designed this thing, because these mounting locations are really thrown down. They're really just kind of like thrown into place. They seem almost random to me. I hear some clicking noises. Oh, 3D printer's already done. Good. I hear clicking. Hold on, what's going on over there? Hold on, something's like a paper bag or something. I don't know what's making noises. Oh, okay, so I bought some Dynamat. I bought a set of metal legs for my chair, right? And the metal legs for my chair have they're like thin metal, but they're like in a 3-dimensional shape or whatever. Excuse me. And so when I move around in the chair, it makes these loud pinging noises because stuff shifts around, like the metal base in the metal base of the chair, like the piston in the metal base of the chair kind of like moves back and forth a little bit. And in doing so, it makes popping noises. And because that metal base is kind of hollow, it makes pinging noises that are really, really annoying. So what I did is I bought some Dynamat. Put the Dynamat inside of the chair in order to absorb some of that, the vibrations that the pinging noises create. And so I put the Dynamat on my chair. That was all just to explain why I have Dynamat. I put the Dynamat on my chair, and the noise that I was hearing behind me was the Dynamat kind of like shifting in position and making clicking noises. So that's fun. What's up, ADHD? How you doing? All right, having a quiet Friday. Yesterday I had a retina appointment. Had my retinas checked. I'm a perfect bill of health. Everything's totally healthy with them. It's just the thing you gotta do is diabetic. You gotta get your retina checked out. Retini checked out. So mine are in a totally normal location. I'm gonna unplug the fart box today. I don't know, it's kind of like triggering me today. I don't know why you guys are like setting off these farts at these different times. I'm trying to like have a heart-to-heart with you. I gotta poke out. For some reason, it thought that I needed support material right here. I don't know what that's all about. But anyway, so yeah, I've been over the past couple days, and because I had the eye appointment yesterday, I had my eyes dilated, so they were like super duper duper sensitive to light. So I was just sitting down here in the dark, and what I was doing is constantly 3D printing these car parts, these RC car parts, and then testing them and then tweaking them, just bit by bit by bit. Test, tweak, print. Test, tweak, print. And so I think I'm at a location. I'm at a point in time now where they're all going to fit properly. So I just want to do that, and then we'll look at the streaming computer. And I want to get that rack mounted. So I want to start looking at that stuff. That'll be more handling stuff than it will be Fusion 360, although we will end up in Fusion 360. See, if that one's aligned, these other two are in position. See, I had to add a 0.5 of a millimeter to this hole spacing. No, actually, this process was relatively easy once I redid how I was going about it. I can show you guys that in a minute. I just need to kind of like, I want to get this to fit. It's just kind of annoying to have to spend so much time on something like this, because this isn't really like a primary project, you know? This is kind of just like a filler thing. This is a filler arc. Turning out right, though. Pretty nice. It's just that, like, the WL Toys kit wasn't even built properly to begin with. One of the things that I discovered, yeah, small parts of the 3D printer's Achilles heel. There's some stuff you could do with them that helps them kind of come into fruition, but one of the really interesting things about this part of the project and working on this thing is discovering where WL Toys made a mistake. Directly from the Amazon purchase of the WL Toys kit, it turns out a 2.5 millimeter bearing that goes right in here to support the main drive shaft probably should have been a 2 millimeter bearing, even though I don't know if they exist. I think 2 millimeter bearings exist. Either way, as installed by the factory, this is a 2.5 millimeter bearing, which means on the original motor mount, it sticks out just a tiny bit. But, well, that's really okay, because it should be gapped there. Oh, wait, no. But that's actually not good, because this gear is supposed to sit a certain distance from the housing. And when it doesn't, it'll rub up against this or push it backwards. So this thing right here, this top bar, would not fit properly. Or when it does, it's kind of crushing this gear. So I bought replacement carbon fiber parts. Those seem to have an error on them, where this is moved out just a little bit further this way. This set of holes move out this way just a little tiny bit. And so what that does is that when this links into the top of this differential housing, it pushes this piece forward and it locks down the main axle. The main axle should be free spinning. I think it isn't because I don't have a lot of stuff installed right now. Actually, it's not very free spinning right now. What's going on? I think something's putting pressure on parts that, yeah, here we go. That's a little more free spinning. There's not a lot of inertia to it, but this should be more free spinning than it was, so. Oh yeah, and I still have to find that one screw. I don't know where that screw is. So yeah, it's been little battles like that I've been fighting all day. Yesterday, today, just to try to open up this, open up the drivetrain of the little RC car and get my 3D prints to work in it so that I can fit the circuit board in there. And then alternatively, the ulterior motive here is that the Mario Kart does not, like the motor has to work too hard in order to move the drivetrain of that car. So I can't transfer the Mario Kart home circuit stuff over to it. Part of my refining of these parts is that I am making it so that I can mount a motor that runs on lower voltage and have it operate under the conditions of the original Mario Kart. That's it. I mean, that's not so much the goal anymore. If I really wanted to do good with if I really wanted to do good by the Mario Kart, if I really wanted to do good by the Mario Kart and get that done, I should have gotten it done weeks ago. I should have rushed to get it done, and then I could have sent it over to Djibouti, striking while the anvil was still hot. Look at that fitment, though. That fitment is just glorious. That's 0.1 millimeter spacing. Perfect. And then for now, I just have this piece that goes over top of that. So that's that until my motor ring prints out. I can show you guys what the 3D model has in it. It's actually stuff that's really important to be cognizant of in Fusion 360 to make sure that your parts come through properly. Let me just make sure that these are the ones that I need. Yeah, I think that's okay. That'll barely barely put any threads into plastic, but probably should have had these link in somehow too. There's also, I probably need to put a gap at the top of this piece, but I did want this to put a little bit of pressure down on the servo. I can't really feel where those engage. Those need to be longer. That's no good. Yeah, oh well. This particular kit of screws is starting to run out of the smaller sizes, so I have 2 more of these kits. I just don't want to open one yet. Yeah, that's gonna be able to just pop out. That's gonna just pop out, but so far so good. And then this should drop down. I had to do a little bit of filing around some of the parts that didn't print so well. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, here, get a better view of it. So the parts that I've been printing are involved in the area where there's the main spur gear from the transmission. Now keep in mind, this is in the more, this has a wider wheelbase right now. I moved this part outwards because it can. It's got all the screw holes for it, right? Part of what I've been working on in the 3D model is making sure that the gap from the edge of the plate to the transmission is proper. Turns out it's a little bit weird on the carbon fiber plate. Now, carbon fiber plate was reverse engineered from the original WL Toys chassis. The original WL Toys chassis. This one has nice even numbers on everything. Everything's a little wonky on this one. So I probably should have measured it off of this. Another thing that I noticed is these 4 little stoppers for the A-arms, they have been machined down to be 1 millimeter thick, whereas this is 1 point something, and there's no machining on those little tabs to keep the A-arms from going all the way up and down. Interesting, right? Very interesting. Is this that augmented reality? This is not. No, this is a totally separate RC car. This is the RC car that they used in order to prototype the Mario Kart home circuit. So Mario Kart home circuit originated as a WL 989 drift car. God damn it. I don't have my direct image button anymore. But yeah, it started out as this thing. Which is this chassis, but with a bunch of Raspberry Pi stuff on it, basically. So that's where I began looking at this kit and figuring out what advanced ways we could use in order to cheat at Mario Kart. Now, if I really wanted to cheat at Mario Kart, I would have taken this to extremes, and we would be using a 3-cell battery with a voltage regulator going into the WL Toys kit, going into the Mario Kart, and then we would interpret signals for the Mario Kart, turn that into steering and throttle on a 3-phase motor and make it go 100,000 miles an hour. I'm not doing that. We're not totally cheating at Mario Kart. What we're doing is we are tweaking the Mario Kart. I want to have a differential on it. I want to have a full suspension on it. That's what they had on their prototype. The Mario Kart itself is more like one of those beach karts where you have big inflated wheels on solid axles, and so that just bounces its way around stuff. That's essentially how they designed the Mario Kart. And then they also did the Mario Kart with a different ratio going to the motor. The motor is a very low voltage version of the 180 sized motor, which I don't have over here. Okay, I don't have the 180 sized motor over here, but yeah. 3Mares just subbed. Barley wants to chase the tiny car. I mean, I don't know if you saw the Djibouti show thing where they set up a whole track around their studio and were racing the Mario Karts, but Dee was not interested in it. Dee is their dog. Dee was not interested in it anymore. She looked at it and was like, this fucking thing again. So they were like, Dee would like stand up and like look at it and be like, this thing, like what do I do with this? And like it would crash into her and she'd just be like, come on, man. Like it was hilarious. But yeah, I don't know how much we're keeping it within sort of scope of the Mario Kart anymore, because I think we kind of lost sight of that. I think it's more like my own personal My own personal satisfaction in building an RC car that works really, really well. Building a tiny RC car that I can race around on my floors during a pandemic. That's essentially where that's why I got carried away with it. I still have the 3D models, you know, Big Yoshi and all that stuff. Would be nice to take those into some kind of thing. 3 mirrors, you're going right near Larson Dog. And Chatty Wolf. Welcome to the board. Thank you so much for the 35 months. Holy crap. Also, Spleen Rooster TV, Manolia Meow, 404 Preview. There's a bunch of people who followed during the overly long break. I had an eye appointment yesterday, so I wasn't about to get in front of all the lights. But anyway. Yeah, so this is taking a couple different forms. I mean, it originally started with Short Lurker's efforts to reverse engineer a pan car that I would like to go back to and kind of like revamp how some of that stuff works, but you know, we'll get there eventually. And then later today, what I'd like to do is work on... why is this thing... There we go. I'd like to work on the rack mount PC and see where we are with that. Now that I've got a method for creating like a grating that goes in the front of that thing. Yeah. I showed my older brother your stream. He loves your setup, Bother. Thanks, man. This is engineering, right? Engineers are like this. We're fucking insufferable. Every little thing that bothers us, we have to go on some kind of an epic journey in order to quote-unquote fix. So each individual tiny little facet of this shop I have been through with a fine-tooth comb too many times. Take, for example, just the microscope. That originally started as a Raspberry Pi cam. I had a DSLR camera that I had for other purposes, taking pictures in people's windows at night. I had that for other purposes, and I tried mounting it and having it take really tiny pictures. Nothing worked, until I finally took a Logitech G920 webcam and mounted a C-mount adapter to it without the little CNC enclosure on it, and got a Nikon lens on it with a C-mount adapter that has aperture control. I had that running, and then it fell over right onto the circuit board. I was like, ooh. So I bought the enclosure for it. Once I did that, I had it on a very cheap Magic Arm mount. I had to upgrade the Magic Arm mount, and now it's actually a really viable webcam. I do need to give it a different plug on the back. I really would like to make that a USB-C plug, because any of the micro USBs are absolutely fucking indomitable in terms of their annoyance towards me. You touch them and they freeze because they disconnect slightly. Same thing goes for the audio on my computer. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, we already tried to reverse engineer the camera focus, and it just doesn't seem to respond to me properly. Maybe Canon would, or maybe if I revisit this now that I'm a little bit more skilled. Your skill levels are always going up, right? So if I come back to it, maybe I'd be able to figure it out. But I keep my engineer brain away from art. That's a tough one. That is actually a very tough one. That is a very tough one. So yeah, anyway, so in part of what I was doing with these WL Toys kits is these originated as the basis of testing for the Mario Kart home circuit. And I fell in love with the 1/28 style chassis because it is small enough and capable enough that you can do decent upgrades with these things, and you can drive them around and drift around on your floor with them and have enough space for them, and they go decently. See, that almost immediately came loose. They go decently. Yeah, I could just pick that up. That's not good. That's not good. I need to find different screws for this. You can run around with them on your floors, which is great. And then, you know, the upgrade, there's plenty of decent upgrades for them. However, the WL Toys chassis is not amazing. It required quite a bit of work. Now, I believe the WL Toys chassis is the best of the affordable level of these kinds of 1/28 scale RC cars. The WL Toys chassis is like $60, right? That's not, $60 is, you know, you got to think about it before spending the $60. But on top of the $60, I had many $20 purchases that are just sort of chipping away at the block. I have a $20 differentials, $20 good spring suspension thingies, $20 metal parts kit for the A-arms, an additional $20 for a bunch of the ball joints that allowed me to, you know, make the all metal ball joints and stuff like that. $20 for the carbon fiber stuff. $20 for the wheels that are metal with the truck tires. That's been getting kind of annoying. It's been a series of $20 purchases at length in order to do minor improvements to the thing in order to improve my quality of life. Because you'll take the kit out, drive it around, hit one of these on a table, and then like a table leg, and then it'll snap one of the plastic parts. And you can 3D print on Thingiverse. There's like replacement parts for some of the stuff. You can 3D print a replacement part, but I replaced it with metal. All right, let me put this thing back together. I just want to check the fitment of everything. Then we'll go over the 3D model. Then we can work on the computer. So the question is, do I have enough depth in this post in order to get this thing through, or do I need to reevaluate? Yeah, I need to reevaluate this whole thing. Fuck. So I need to make these taller, and these shorter. All right, well, that's a righteous edit. That kind of sucks. Because, yeah, otherwise I don't get enough threads through these things. I don't want to make this just a plate, although I could, and build these up all the way to the top of the servo. But the more stuff in space that I have, like small holes up in the atmosphere, the worse it's going to print. All right, let's take a look at the 3D model then. The parts on the printer bed are cooling right now. I had to do a lot of tweaking in order to get this distance correct. A lot of my datums required distance from this spur gear to the transmission housing, and then I had the bearing based on the front of this gear, which I had modeled, you know, to a T, and then this hole right here is one of the primary datums in locating a lot of the parts of the car. This should have more influence over where these are. The distance from the edges in, you know, all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, if you're oh, you're just talking about in Skype. All right, never mind. I thought you were talking about in Twitch. If I run Mulvad, which is my VPN, none of my chat messages show up in other people's chats. But yeah, anyway, this datum was kind of important to the rest of everything. Like it helped set out the spacing of where these are. I did edge to edge on these, and so there was a lot of tweaking of where everything would sit, and that started to really screw around with the 3D model as I had it originally. I reorganized it. So let's see the reorganization. I can show you guys. I think I closed Fusion on the other computer. I got this thing clicking in my ear. Let's take a look. Whenever this thing decides it can start up and start functioning, you know how it is. See how big the Starship being loaded on the booster was? Yeah, man, they're already large, and now they're stacking them together. All right, no updates. No updates. All right, they had a string of updates before. RC Cars. WL Toys. Oh wait, no, I don't even need to open that folder. RC Cars. See, I got WL989 old and new. Here's the deal. The way that I did this is first get everything into position and then lock it down with one of these guys. Why is it asking me to do that again? I'm not gonna do that now. Nop slides, thank you for following. So I've had some like different parts that I put into this thing. Like for instance, these pieces up here are not in the original kit. This is something that I 3D printed in order to hold one spring out for both of the both of the suspension arms. Now, I don't have ball joints in this or anything like that. If I were to add them, I would need to go back in time. You need to be at 100 ADHD. You need to be at about 100 viewers per stream. That your averages should yeah. You can apply before you hit it. I mean, you're going to be rejected a couple times. Like, look at Louis. Louis applied a bunch of times, and he got rejected a bunch of times, and then finally went through. I mean, they will automatically reject you for the partnership application initially. You just don't take it personally. I've seen it like ruin people. How could I get rejected for that? You know, a lot of it is they are just looking for a little light on the console to go, boop, 75 per month. There we go, done. But also they reject the first one and you do it again. It's just how it is. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It varies. Wait, why is that off? What happened there? Huh, I'll have to look at this on the other computer because that's not supposed to be, that's like sideways. What the fuck? Why is that off? What happened? So yeah, wait, that means that this is going to be off. What the fuck? Wait, what about down here? Yeah, it's off by a little bit. What the fuck? Okay, well, I'll have to investigate some stuff on this model. It seems like, when I moved this back, maybe I clicked on the wrong thing, which would mean that all this stuff, oh no, I didn't move this one back. Hold on, I'm just trying to resolve my idiocy here. Well, luckily none of these parts were based on these things over here, but is this one off? Please don't be off. What'd you do? Please don't be off. Okay, that one's dead on. Imagine being emotional. Yeah, well, emotional about a heartless machine like Amazon or Google. Well, it's you know, it's different because somebody actually has to look at your application. Is there like a... No, there's no Control Z, and it's asking me to lock the position down. See, if I did this operation right here, that would mean that it would put the position of everything right in this step right here, right? I have organized the steps of this thing on a timeline. So I'm very cognizant of the timeline with this sort of redux of the design of this thing. I got a lot of different components going into this because I wanted to get an idea of where everything is. Because not only am I going to do these 3D printed parts, and by the way, I keep having to explain these things because my motivations are complicated and they exist in a historical timeline of events, and it's hard to explain how I came upon all these decisions. So I'm just going to say it and probably ignore comments asking about it in the future. I'm using a 130 size motor because I want to use a 1-cell battery because the Mario Kart used a 1-cell battery. The motor power for these model kits at 1/28 scale is already way too much. These things have a lot of power. I can break, grip, and drift with this 1-cell DC motor very easily in a turn. You know, you get into a little bit of a turn, you just gun the throttle a little bit more, the thing slides the fuck out. I don't need more power out of this thing. I don't need to put a 3-phase motor in here. 3-phase motors, you might get a little bit more speed control on it though, so that would be the only reason that I would do that. But I'm not going to do that because then I'd need more batteries, and a 1-cell battery is going to give me good runtime and everything like that. You know, the DC motor is not the most advanced thing in the world. It just gets an H bridge that gets pulses and it goes forwards and backwards, but that's good. And so I have decided to use a 130 sized motor, which is used in a lot of the Tamiya. No, Kyoshi, whatever the whoever makes Mini Z chassis uses the 130 size motor to great effect. And so a lot of the tuning that you do with the 130 size motor is gearing and you know, suspension chassis and all that stuff. So I think I'm gonna have plenty of fun with this sized motor. This sized motor doesn't have 2 screw holes on the front, unlike the motor that was there previously. So mounting it becomes a little bit more complicated. So what I've done is I've made a ring. I've made a ring on the back of the motor because there's a flat spot on the back plastic of the motor. Kept the cooling holes or whatever the hell this thing is supposed to do open, and then made a front mount as well that holds on to the front little collar of the motor. But because you might mess around with the size of the gears, that means that you will have to space the motor differently. So I gave it a slot to sit in. So it's that one sits in a slot, then the ring on the back has a little slot that it sits in. And then over here, I've got just like a grub screw hole. So I can put like a 2mm or maybe a 3 or 4mm grub screw in the side there and put a little bit of pressure on this. Where's the flat spot? Wait, where's the flat spot? What happened to my flat spot? What the hell? Is this the latest version? Maybe I forgot to save it, or I undid that somehow. Huh. Well, okay, so all of these edits, all these little edits started to compound on one another. I decided to go with a smaller servo, which was stupid expensive. It was like a $40 servo. I'm kind of angry about how much that cost. I went with a smaller servo, which is the K989, preserving the servo saver and the thing and everything like that. But this thing works really, really well. It's like a really high quality servo. That's all well and good. Needed to mount it in place. So, hold on, I'm gonna cough. So part of this was making sure. London Skeptic, thank you for following. Part of this was making sure that all these holes are in the right position, and that's been a very, very fiddly process. Place the servo down, give it some bolsters around the outside, because I'm not going to have the version with the tabs on it, the version that I just showed you guys fitting in there, and then try to get that gapped just perfectly. That's been part of what I've been working on here. And what that does is that now gives me all of this space above the servo to mount my electronics. This is where I want to put the electronics. I put some effort into creating a motor controller. It uses these nice tiny little transistors that don't get very hot if you give them enough copper to bleed into. And I should be able to fit a gyroscope, a radio, and the motor controller circuit board all in this area right here. So I'm going to make a sort of like an omni board that has all that stuff on it. It'll have 2 daughter boards on top of a main board, and then I have to figure out how everything plugs into it, you know, what size plugs I'm using for everything. That should enable this whole thing to be nice and compact inside there, and then I can start trying to fit some kind of a body onto it. Some kind of a race car body onto it. So anyway, the thing is that I just noticed is that these guys are out of position. So let me put these in position. Now, that's where we get into what I wanted to go over. I was very careful about the timeline this time. I'm not going to mess up the timeline. So what I've done is with all these parts that I've created, I created all these parts in separate files, except for the stuff that I was designing based on the parameters in this model. What's the most ambitious thing you've ever made? Let's stop the stream and let me explain this. I've done a lot of very ambitious projects. I can't show them right now because it would take too much time. One of them is like 8-foot tall fire cannons. I built a controller for those that ran off of MIDI. So we were able to control entire, very large festival fire displays with fire cannons. Another ambitious project is I built a power supply for a computer, a 600-watt power supply for a computer that I currently use. Another one of my most ambitious projects is a laser etching board that sits on the wall and is powered by Twitch, which I somehow trust to run my board. Another ambitious project that I've done is fully redesigning an RC car. One of my most ambitious projects, though, is that I recreated an IED for a court case, and I hooked it up to 60 pounds. Never mind. All right, so anyway. I got a grub screw here locating this thing. These 3D printed parts that I was making, the 3D printed parts are based on positioning of stuff in this kit. So knowing where the drive shaft is, knowing the distance for these gears, knowing where the motor should sit, where there's room for the motor, knowing where the servo sits and the shape of the servo, all of that stuff was important to getting this thing done. You know, maybe I didn't need like the diff housings and the wheels and stuff like that. I put them in there because eventually I'm going to use this model also to create bodies for this thing. But for now, I did all this stuff in order to create these 3D printing parts, right? So in order to organize that properly, what I've done is kept the steps of the timeline in groups. And this is a result of having done it poorly before, having messed up and created this file here that's basically the same thing, just all the spacings are a little bit off, and the timeline's really screwed up. If you try to move something, it'll break a lot of other stuff. Because when you go back and edit sketches, it'll take you back in time to where that sketch is. So what I've done is I've recreated the file. And this time, basically, I imported all of the parts, right? And then I locked them in position right here. So if I move any of those parts, I need to roll the timeline back to this step, back to this position 1 step, which is why this is annoying right here, why it's asking me to position things right now, because it shouldn't. I'm not going to verify these positions, because what it'll do is it'll add a step all the way out here that will position everything and lock everything in place. That's not what I want. So if I move any singular component on this thing other than the 3D prints, I need to roll the timeline back to there. And if I do roll the timeline back to here, these screws aren't there. These screws are ostensibly part of the 3D printed parts. They're just there to give me an impression of what screws would look like on top of everything. So that's that part. And so I grouped that all into a group. And that's initial stuff. Then I have my primary position command. And by the way, if I add anything to the timeline, like if I add additional parts that are part of the kit, like let's say I make all of the, ball mounts, right? If I make all of the little ball mount, I'll call them ball mounts. If I make all the little ball mount parts, what I'm going to have to do is roll back, not to this step, because if I roll back to this step, any additional parts that I place are not going to be in this category unless I remove the category and build it again. I'll have to go back to the step before the last step in the category, which is kind of stupid, but that's just how it is. And then I'll have to import it, because if I go back to where I import this, you can see everything is in... Okay, maybe I can't. Never mind. If I roll the timeline back to here, everything blows up and goes in every direction. But that's fine. Anyway, so build that into its own thing. So that's all the vacuum hose just like fell down and made a clanking noise, and I thought I was gonna die. But anyway, so if I move anything in the model, I go back to here. The importance of this, the importance of doing it this way, though it may seem convoluted, is that if I move these in time, all of the stuff that I base on positions in this model will then shift accordingly with it. So if I decide that I don't like the motor in this position and I want to move it back a couple millimeters, if I go back to this step and I move it back a couple millimeters, everything is going to move with it. All of the distances that I've done, all the little offset from object things that I've done in order to create just a little tiny gap right here, that will be preserved, and certain parts will lengthen or shorten based on it. It's very algorithmic if you use Fusion this way. That's been sort of the lesson here. Now, I got rid of the gap on this one. Sometimes if you move stuff, it will move the components of a drawing around and create new spaces. And so your extrusions don't know where they're coming from. So if your extrusions don't know where they're coming from, then you have to find that extrusion in the timeline. And so what I've done is for each of these parts, there's a ring for the motor, there's a top bar for the servo, there's a plate for the servo, there's a front motor holder, and then the front motor adjuster here. For each of these parts, well, one of the categories is 2 of the parts in it, but for each of the parts, I have a progression of events. So it's the initial drawing, the extrusion, additional drawings, extrusions, and then chamfers. And this chamfer right here is just for aesthetic purposes, and so that's out of the timeline. I might put it into the timeline, I'm not sure. So yeah, initially, this one, servo plate, I've even named it, servo plate. Start with a sketch on the plane. That's that right there. Extrude, so that's the primary piece of extrusion. Then I extrude the wall for the servo to hold it in place. Then I extrude the posts. Then I chamfer a bunch of stuff to make it pretty. Maybe throw in a fillet or 2. Exactly 2. And then which one is that? Oh, that's the base plate. That holds the servo up. And then I chamfer that. So I actually added these chamfers after the fact. I just rolled the timeline back to here. Then I created a sketch on the front in order to gap the servo saver and the cables coming out of the back, extrude that through the model, extrude that through the model, and then that's done. So what I'd like to do is change the height of this. These need to be taller. Now, I didn't want to make these posts too tall because they would run into some troubles 3D printing. Although the printer's a little bit more manageable right now, I found out that one of the fasteners for the bed came off. So I think if I get a new fastener on that, the 3D printer will work again. But yeah, so I want this to be taller, and then I want this to be shorter. So that brings me into two different parts, two different steps for two different parts. I didn't do one of those elegant things where I extrude one and then gap it and put a plane through it and split it there. I didn't quite do that. That would have made this easier, but nah, whatever. What is this? How far? Yeah, so this is pretty much exactly what I predicted with the fastener that we used. We just don't have enough threads here. And then I vaguely measured from here to the end of the plate, and that matched up to the hardware that I'm using. So what I'd like is more grip. So I need to pretty much bring this up. I don't want to bring it all the way up though. That's the thing. Let's give it like another millimeter. That'll give it so many threads that there's no way that it won't make contact. So when I do that, what I need to do is roll the timeline back to where I created these posts. Now, let's say I don't know where they are in the timeline. I can just click on the post, and you can see there's little hashes that appear above that category, and then it doesn't highlight it more from there. Oh, thanks. Huh, okay. So if I click it again, now it's going to highlight this. So this is the step where I created these posts. Why does no one draw electrical connections in the CAD? I mean, you can. It's a real pain in the ass. You can figure out where wires go by doing a three-dimensional curve on it and have it curve around to where it needs to go. But, you know, wires are less predictable than that. So, I mean, it would be a royal pain in the ass if somebody put all the cable on this and then put a connector on the end, because then I would be responsible for moving that connector into place and figuring out where the wires are supposed to go. It's not... It's too much of a pain in the butt. I know that I'm going to be cutting this wire and adding my own connector to the end of it. But I mean, in the three-dimensional, like in the PCB drawing, I have the electrical connections on it. It just makes sense not to. It's too much work for too little benefit. Okay, so let's give this an extra millimeter, I guess. So if I double-click on this, it'll take me all the way back to that step. There you go. All the way back to the step before I made the top of the servo thing. So we got a distance of 4 millimeters. Let me just make that 5. Bop. Click OK. Now we've got Z fighting. But what I can do, and because I didn't do this to object, I gave this a distance instead of that. So I can go to this step, which is in the next piece. Boop, boop. That's here. This one's 3. We'll make that -2. Now, because we exist in a timeline, because we exist in a society, we exist in a timeline, but what I've done is I said join. And so when it says join, it doesn't interpret that the top bar of this thing is different from the servo base plate. So in order to avoid that, I need to go into the body, unview the base plate. Now it knows that it just should join it with the top piece. That's one of those stupid things that I had to learn kind of on the way. But yeah, okay, so there's that. We corrected that, and now everything is fine. We're back at the front of the timeline, and I can review that part, and everything is in place. And now our fasteners... What? Oh, you know, I think this fastener is actually 2 fasteners in one, which has been throwing me for a loop for some time. Yeah, I need to correct that. This particular part is like 2 parts in one. I don't know why I built it that way. But yeah, anyway, now we've got a significant extra distance on this thing. Here, let me correct that other screw part. I made that a long time ago. I don't know why I made it that way. Screws, and then this one would be the 6 millimeter. And for some reason, the 6 millimeter, this is in here. Delete. There, that's all I needed to do. All right, it's a screw. Control S. Okay. I don't know how that happened. I must have dragged and dropped something by accident. That's been screwing up my drawings for some time. Update external references. Beep, boop, beep. Let me go get the thing off of the bed. Live Easy Studios, thank you for the follow. There we go. Way less confusion now. So yeah, that's a little bit more. That's a little bit more grip there on the piece. Okay, yeah, let's go get the part off of this, and then I guess let's see. I don't have this. I don't have this one. This version of Prusa. I don't have set up for the gray stuff. Although all the same settings are in this version, so I can just flip it over to gray. I think I can still print. Set up on the printer and start this print so that it'll finish within a certain amount of time. Well, let's take a look at the motor stuff first. I'll see if I want to do it today at all. I mean, we need to get to the computer thing. This has just been since Tuesday. I've just been doing this over and over and over again. Now, one thing that I've discovered is that on the 3D printer, when printing PETG, of course, I lose a lot of temperature going from the heater to all the way to the glass bed, right? I probably need to have a thermometer probe a little bit higher up on the thing. But for the glass bed, I need to, my temperatures are much higher than they should be. Looks like we only got one good one out of this. Yeah, we got one good one, and the other one suffered from boogers. So some of the PETG sticks to the glass bed way more than it should. And in order to release it without pulling up, well, this one didn't, without pulling up shards of glass, I found that giving it a spritz of Windex is the best thing that I can do. Okay, so those were allowed plenty of time to cool, and they were able to come up without any force. If I use the clear materials, then they stick much harder to the glass. And I need to, or larger areas on the material, they stick much harder to the glass, and then I need to spritz it, and then they'll come up clean. Because if you just pull the material up, it'll sometimes take little shards of glass with it, which is not good. That is not a desirable outcome. All right, so let's just see how the motor fits into this thing. When you import all the assemblies, how do you get them in the right position? Are they drawn in the correct position in the assembly, or do you move them? Yeah, when you drag something into Fusion, let me just give you an example. So let's say I was adding a screw that I wanted to be persistent throughout the timeline. Let's say I'm adding a part into this timeline, right? Because I've been very careful about making sure that I am creating all of my 3D printed stuff after the positions are already in, so that if I need to alter the positions, I go back to here. But let's say I want to add a new part to this thing that has been a sort of like an institutional part in here, a part that's been in here the whole time. So when I add a part, I'm going to double click on that step. It's going to roll the timeline all the way back to here. You can see that I have a limited set of tools now, because it's not like I can add steps after this thing. There's a limited number of things that I can actually get away with doing at this point in the timeline. One of those things that I can get away with doing is actually not adding a part. Wait, never mind. Hold on. Finish position. We're talking about adding a part, not repositioning a part. So if I go in here and I go to the second to last import, and I go roll history marker here, you can see everything kind of explodes. It probably shouldn't have exploded like that, but this is working with it in the past. When you import parts, you kind of drag it into, what I do is I drag it into a temporary position, and then I use the move command in order to move it into position. And then when I'm done doing all of that, it'll ask me to lock it into position with the position command, right? So if I wanted to put a new part in here, and I would drag it into the drawing, it would place it in a random spot. I will then initially move it over to an area and click OK. Now I have this new command, which is where I've imported the part. From there, I can either just Well, I should probably go back to this command, and then I can reposition it here. Because this is where all the positions are locked in. So let me go here now. I guess I can just drag that over to there. See, everything's now in position. Double click on that. I have a limited tool set. I go to move, select the component, and for these screws, the best way to do it is a point-to-point collar. Let's just say to screw hole here. Boom. Click OK, and then finish position. And now, all the way up at the end of the timeline, I have that screw there that I can then design around. I'm using PETG. See, I don't need that screw, so I'm just going to delete that. Thanks, I always struggle with that. That's the method that I've come up with. I don't know if other people have other methods. Hey, Pyro, 30 months. Thank you for the Prime, dude. By the way, if you guys have Twitch Prime, feel free to throw it at your favorite streamer instead of letting it languish. It does not auto-renew. Which filament brand? It's just whatever. I used Polymaker for a while. Let's put Pyro Esp up on the board. Let me check what brand this is. This stuff isn't sticking to the bed as well as I think it could. Yeah, Polymaker is this brand, which is okay. It's been doing okay. The clear PETGs have been sticking to the bed like you wouldn't believe, which is where the Windex comes in handy. Pyro Esp, thank you so much for subbing, man. I really appreciate all the support, dude. By Halrutan and Francis Bacon. And Dr. Young's Lab, Mr. Horologist. All these good names right here. Snazzy Cheeky. How am I doing? I'm kind of tired, man. I don't know. I had an eye appointment yesterday, so I'm still kind of reeling off of that. Plus, I've been 3D printing myself to death lately, so I'm getting over it, though. I'll be all right. Okay, so anyway, that was a little insight into importing items into it. It's a little finicky. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. It's a little finicky, but it all makes sense because you want this stuff to have historically been in the right positions and, you know, there so that you could design around it. Ghost Freak 66. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. What's the recommended bed temperature for PETG? It's written on the spool. Use the one written on the spool because I can't tell you because mine is at the maximum temperature that the 3D printer allows. It's mine is at 110 Celsius, even though the printer stops at 110. But that's because I've got so many layers on the bed that the heat doesn't get all the way through to it. So yeah, anyway, we've got all that stuff in there, right? And everything is placed appropriately, etc., etc., etc. Our timelines are set off properly. Ghost Freak 66 is raiding with a party of 65, and almost immediately following, Ludricio raids with a party of 8. How did you guys do in Tarkov today? Or did you actually play something new? How's it going, everybody? Welcome to my shop. I don't know, you guys haven't been around here. Hermit's so hard. Oh God, Alex Darktech raiding with a party of 27. Hermit's so hard subbed for 3 months. So what that means, oh, Dying Light. Oh, hell yeah, dude. We actually just got the Back for Blood demo. So I'm going to be playing that tomorrow, tonight, not on stream. I'm not going to play it on stream. I'm going to play it with my friends who are going to say a bunch of gamer words, so I don't want to have it on camera. How's everybody doing, guys? So we're kind of a weird stream here. We're not doing games. If you didn't notice, we're not doing games. What we have is projects, and I'm working on stuff. Building stuff, playing around with the Twitch API, doing all kinds of interesting things. We have a board that burns people up onto it. I have a fart box over there that's powered by channel points. Eventually, we're going to take apart this cursed thing. We're going to be working on a computer a little later on today. But one of the things that I have
One of the things that I have, oh my God, PyroEsp is gifting 10 subs. What that means is that the Twitch API is going to pick up on those names. It is going to place them onto a virtual board in my Raspberry Pi, send them as instructions to this board here that controls these motors in order to move a freaking laser around. And that laser is going to burn those names up onto the board. Pyro, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Local sub pricing rolled out yesterday to the EU. Oh no! What does that mean to you? Does it mean you guys are paying a lot more? Hermits so hard. Welcome to the board. You're by Shrimp Associate. Ralph Lemons. Oh God, I can't even read that. The little shrimpos over there though. Thank you guys for the raids. Hell yeah. Get burned, new people. Yeah, that's right. The board burns people, yes. They do get a discount at the EU. The US dollar is strong again. Or wait, weak? I don't know which direction that's supposed to be in. All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm excited for Back 4 Blood. I hear the demo's a little janky, but... But yeah, this is the board. It's burning names up onto itself. It's mostly automated. I just move a camera around. I have to move this camera back and forth in order to get the laser burning the names properly. But bother, why don't you just mount a camera to the X-axis? We heard that before. I don't want to do that because it's going to be too janky. It's going to move around too much. We are indeed working on a new version of it. I bought a very expensive Scandinavian 3-phase servo motor controller. This is not a small amount of money. We're going to be putting that together in the next couple weeks, trying to get that to run the board. Now you can see that there are a lot of names on this board. The names are sized based on how many names are already on the board. So we are at a very small size for these names. There are a couple hundred that can still fit onto the board before it gets full. If it takes over, I don't know, like a day to place a name, I will consider this thing full, and I am going to go to a place on Route 30, which is a road around here, that sells live edge boards. And I'm going to show up, and they're going to be like, what are you doing here? You want to, like, what the fuck? Why'd you come to my shop? And I'll buy a live edge board, and we'll play with that. Yeah, what happens to the old board is a question often asked. I don't know. I got the other ones sitting up in the corner. I will thank you guys for the gift subs in a minute when I can get it all together. Right now, I'm running back and forth to make sure that my shot is in focus. See, I have to run from this board right here across the shop to the computer. I know it's out of focus, where I can see the shot. So... It's a bit of a trip back and forth. But yeah, Granite Devices makes that motor controller. We've also built a 2 horsepower forced feedback steering wheel with real car parts out of Granite Devices stuff. I need a drone flying around the laser. I never thought that you could film stuff really well indoors with a little drone with a camera on it, but then Djibouti Show did their Mario Kart home circuit stream, and Louis was flying around a drone. Panda Grappler, welcome to the board. Oh! Hey, thanks for giving me raids, everybody. I appreciate that. I now have raids from all these people. Yeah, Ghost Freak gave me raids. Mares is on a mission to fill the board up. Thank you for all the gift subs, Mares. 384, oh my god. Planetary Pan, welcome to the board. I've seen you around. I know that name. I know that name. Where are we going? Giant something or other. Giant strawberry. Nope, straws. Okay, I couldn't guess it. I couldn't guess it. Hup, 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 hup. See, I don't control this at this point. The only thing that exists on this board is an on-off button. Now I can log into the Raspberry Pi and like get statuses and stuff like that, but all of this stuff was programmed on stream with the prompting of chat in Python. Lays657, welcome to the board. Yeah, if you gift a sub, the giftee goes up on the board. But basically the way the board works is I hit a button and it sends names from the database in G code, which is a type of machine instruction, to the burner, and that's it. So I push a button and it starts working, and then when the stream's done, I push the button again, and if there are any subs while the stream is not running, they're stored for later. That's it. This came about because of two things. Yeah, Python is really neat in physical computing, especially when you need to put together kind of like a systems style project of a bunch of different disparaging parts that work together. It worked out really well for that. But yeah, this came about from a couple things. One of them is that people have, you know, like a whiteboard where they write people's names onto the, you know, and shake their butts in front of the camera and start writing people's names down. That's part of the motivation behind the board. The other one was that there was a maker who went on Twitch and he made a banana that basically moved back and forth and it talked a bunch. And so one of the more toxic Twitch channels rated it, and it started to say a bunch of racist bullshit that people typed into chat, which is unacceptable. And so part of it is like, well, I want to have a subs board. I want to have it be something unique, but I also want it to self-censor. And so technically, Twitch should not allow saucy names onto the platform. That's our filter. I remember that. Yeah, that was part of the, yeah. So that's part of the thing, is that technically Twitch should be filtering these. Yeah, no, rapid anal pounding is completely fine. That's totally acceptable, and you know, 14 and over, totally acceptable on Twitch. It's not toss. Twitch allowed it. It's on the board. Level 3 hype train. Damn, you guys. The first time in a while. So right now we're at the end of whatever group. Yeah, the dude who had the racist banana. He came up with like a phonetic filter, which is really, really powerful. So if we ever do something with allowing chat to like type in, I'm definitely going to be taking a look at that project. I know, it's like Twitch staff could come here and study this like it's a freaking Egyptian tomb. We allowed that historically? All right, we need to look at that. Let's decipher these hieroglyphics and ban these accounts. Oh, gee, Floki. You're going right up there immediately. It's neat when they sync up like this, the Streamlabs and the board. Sometimes they're a little bit out of order, just because of the way things work in sort of batch operations in the Python scripting. It'll get names from the database and get like a batch of names at a time. This one's going by Dr. Corgi. There's the Mombot gift sub. Good to see Mombot around. Good to see Ghost Freak too. We just got a bunch of raids, who I will thank in just a minute here once I get my shit together. All the cool chads. Ludricio, whoever the fuck that. Oh, I threw up in my mouth a little bit. Anyway, welcome to my board. Probably gonna have to sand that one off later. He's some Danish guy. I don't know. Oh, I move the camera again. Oh. Oh, this one's just Ghost Freak's gift sub is destroying Ukvemp sword. How appropriate. Oh man. So there's a little bit of a collision error. We don't know where it came from. It shouldn't happen, but it is. So Ghost Freaks gift sub is from Three Mares is destroying that one. All right, so it looks like we're done. I can go back to the logs and I can see what the hell's happening here. So yeah, that's the board, everybody. As the stream rolls on, if you guys sub, it goes into my Raspberry Pi, which incidentally is water cooled. The only reason for the water cooling is because when we were testing this, where is it? This, that motor right there, that big stepper motor. We were testing that big stepper motor and it was overheating the motor drivers down here. And I was like, well, I need to cool them with something. And I'm like, water, because I had a bunch of parts lying around. So I ended up buying little tiny water blocks. And when you buy little tiny water blocks, those little tiny water blocks are meant for a Raspberry Pi. Well, I have a Raspberry Pi, so I might as well get a third one. So we've got two axes right there, X and Y, cooled with water. An Arduino that's moving the steps, that's making pulses from USB. And then we have the thing feeding at the USB, which is the Raspberry Pi. I've got a little tiny 5-volt pump that's kind of sitting under things. You can't really see it. And then just one of these miniature zero cool radiators sitting on the side. No fans or anything like that. It's just when things get a little toasty, it'll bump up the power a little bit. Not bump up the power, sorry. It'll turn on the water cooling. Which is not really needed. It didn't really need water cooling, but it's fun. I need to change out that water. It's getting a little gross. This is some LTT inspired madness. Nah, man, this is totally normal for here. Totally normal for here. Okay. Yeah, what happened just now? Jesus Christ. I gotta rewind a little bit here and take a look so that I can make sure to divvy out. It all costs money. Hey, it all costs money. Subbed. Is that a gift? No, it's just a regular old. Hey, thank you so much. So yeah, we had Ghost Freak raid with a party of 65. Then we had Ludricio raid with a party of 865. And then we had Hermits So Hard raid with a party of 3,865. So thank you guys for all those raids. That's a lot of people. Pyro Esp gave 10 gift subs. Mombot gifted a sub to OG Floki. Three Mares gifted subs to Mombot, Ludricio, and Ghost Freak. And then it all costs money. It does. Just subbed. So let's put it all costs money up on the board. Thank you so much for the sub, man. Oh, bam. There we go. You're by Butthole Banana. And Fisting Coach. God damn it. Oh, and Rabaz is down there too. That's a disgusting name. Ugh. It's like, man, Robon just twisted the Z. Filth. Complete filth. This is so much better than the robots of the blades. Listen, the first Rabaz raid that we had here, I had a little tank, little treaded tank that was controlled by chat. And so the little tank, I mean, that's fun enough. Chat can make it roll around on the desk. That's great. But I taped an X-Acto knife to the top of it. And so chat was trying to stab me with an X-Acto knife, which made it pretty exciting. We don't have separate chat rooms in Twitch chats anymore. They depreciated that feature. And so all the spam of people going up, left, right, I'm out for blood and all that stuff, I can't contain that in a separate room. So we haven't had any sort of like command-driven interactive thing. It would probably have to be channel point driven in the future. I could make it like one channel point per command or something like that. But then the channel point spam would be unreal. So I don't know what to do about that. There's not a lot of good stuff to contain spam unless I made like an entire Twitch plugin, you know, something like what Kraken has on some of his stuff. Like if I did, yeah, if I went into that and learned how to do some of that stuff, do the Discord room. We tried to do Discord API on an embedded platform, and it was extremely slow. It was a very, very slow system. I was gonna have something where the administrators, like my moderators, could flash a bright light at me if something was wrong. Because sometimes I'll be like this, and I'll be like, as you can see here, this screw here fits into this hole. Like, that doesn't really work, right? So if we insert this here, and you see right there, like, you guys have no idea what's going on. So instead, I was going to have something like on the back of the chat camera right here, so that the administrators could give me like a little flashy, and they could tell me that some shit was awry, right? Remember them catching them and needing bandages? I didn't need bandages for any of that. That's your memory is putting stuff in there that shouldn't be. It hit me in the knuckle once, and it didn't even draw blood. See, the thing is, like, I kind of know what I'm doing. that knife, first of all, was pretty dull. Like, it wasn't exactly my scalpel. And also, it was moving very slowly. Or, like, it didn't have inertia behind it. So, yeah, no, it's fine. Oh, that didn't do the effect that I wanted it to. Damn it. I probably burnt myself on stream multiple times. Yeah, that's happened. That tank was out for blood. Yeah. The chat IRC API. Yeah, no, I know the chat IRC API, but in Discord, the API is very slow. I was thinking like, you know, like Kraken did his like, or is still doing his XCOM thing with stripping, and they've got like an entire overlay that enters you into a contest, and those sometimes have choice buttons on them and stuff like that. So if I could create like a command API that would work with the like Twitch, whatever the hell it's called, in order to give people the ability to register a command, that could all work in the background, and then it wouldn't end up spamming main chat and making my moderators pull their hair out, you know? But I would have to figure that out on my own. Yeah, so what the hell, oh bother, what is going on here? Well, I was being a little self-indulgent with projects today. I don't have a specific super duper focused plan. There's 2 projects that I wanted to work on. I wanted to do some housekeeping with the tiny RC cars, and I wanted to move on to the rack-mounted stream computer. My stream computer has been in this NXZT case for quite some time. Not the most powerful computer in the world, but I would like to move that into, oh, seriously? I would like to move that into a rack mount case just because water cool it for fun. So one thing that I did do, one thing that I did do is I took my gaming computer, which is like a VCR sized computer, and I sort of came up with a method for mounting, what I came up with it, oh, there we go. A system of mounting like a grating to it. I'll read that in just a second. I'm still trying to tighten up my camera mount, and I gotta use both of my. New here, and I think I'm gonna keep up lurking. Cool stuff. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. So yeah. Anyway, I have a system for mounting like gratings to these maker beams, and so I want to do that with that computer. But we gotta plan some stuff out. We'll get into that in a minute. But for right now, I was kind of catching everybody up on what I was doing with tiny little RC cars. These are 1/28 scale RC cars, and the most common of these is the Mini Z chassis. But the Mini Z chassis is like a $300 chassis, although I'm starting to learn why it's $300. But it's like a $300 chassis, and it's like you buy it and it's like assembled and everything's done. This is the WL Toys 989. The WL Toys 989 comes with a silvery metal chassis. It's already assembled. It's like $60. I bought it and I was like, you know, this isn't good enough for me. And so I started to mess around with it. And it turns out there's a significant aftermarket for a lot of the parts for these cars. So I got a carbon fiber chassis and there's a little top bar thing. And that was like 60. No, sorry, that was like 20 bucks. All right, 20 bucks. Hey, let's do it. So I installed it. Hey, cool. Well, then I decided that I wanted to use these special Tamiya motors, these 130 sized like little motors, and they're like 20 bucks each. But at the same time, I had to figure out how to mount it to the thing, so I ended up drilling 2 holes in this one, and I'm like, I don't want to have to drill holes in this. So I wanted to 3D design, I wanted to 3D print parts that would mount that little motor to the thing, so that I could use a 1-cell battery, and then I could design my own circuit board to control the whole thing, and then I could use my own MOSFETs that I decided to use in order to control the motor controller. And then I can use the metal A-arm parts because I crashed it and it broke. And then I could do single springs for each axle in order to make it more like race car. And then I ended up designing and printing 3D parts for that. And so we're at the point where I'm replacing the servo, I'm going to redo the circuit board, and figure out how to mount the motor in here all on my own by 3D printing parts. Now, by the way, you know, metal parts, $20, metal springs, $20, truck tires, $20, the metal thing inside of them. Everything is $20 on this kit, which is like the unfortunate fuck zone where I end up spending all of my money on tiny little RC car parts without friggin' realizing it. It's been nickel and diming me for all of my money all this time. Graphics card, I can't afford that kind of shit. $1,600 in $20 parts? Yes, sign me up. God damn it. Anyway, Short Lurker actually started this whole odyssey by taking a different RC car kit and figuring out all the dimensions for it in Fusion, and then we ended up 3D printing most of the parts for this RC car. So this thing's a little bit jank, and I was figuring I wanted all-wheel drive. In parallel to this, by the way, is the Mario Kart Home Circuit, the Switch game that has augmented reality. So this is a Mario Kart Home circuit board, battery, and camera. Now this started off as this exact car kit. That's the prototype. A bunch of Scandinavians decided to buy a 1/28 scale RC car and then put it all on top of the WL Toys kit. So that's kind of where the basis of this started from. I was going to make a Superleggera version of the Mario Kart Home Circuit and send it to Djibouti show so they could race it around. I think I've missed my window by months on that one. But so this has become more of a self-indulgent kind of project. I've been having fun with little tiny RC cars. Did I see wrong, or did those batteries look like some spicy pillows? They kind of do. they kind of do, but they're not inflated. They're just in shrink wrap. But yeah, so this is the internal stuff from the Mario Kart Home Circuit. I taped it to one of the WL Toys kit, but the WL Toys kit is so badly assembled that it didn't move it at all. Like nothing moved because the additional resistances of the chassis versus the lack of power of the Mario Kart Home Circuit kit and the change in gearing meant that nothing moved. Nothing moved at all. So I don't know. I don't know where I am with this. I think when I put together a second all-wheel drive chassis that's light and actually moves around, then I can assess kind of where we are. I don't know what you mean by spicy pillow. Do you mean an inflated battery? Is that what you mean by that? Yeah, so anyway, that's part of what I was doing, but also learning Fusion 360 was one of my goals. That is what you mean. Okay. I had a little tiny battery that I had taped up to my wall once that I just poked a bunch with a pin tool, and it never inflated on me. But yeah, so this is how I'm deciding to mount this 130 size motors, by putting a little collar on the back end, and then a little piece that interfaces with it on the front. That fits into a slot, and then I made this plate right here, this piece right here, in order to index it on the center hole and hold up the drive shaft bearing right here. Hold on. So I've been dealing with a lot of like parts that have been in bad areas. Like when I put all this together, I said, all right, so what is this distance from this surface? I gotta actually like highlight the right thing. From this surface to this surface. It didn't give me XYZ. You son of a bitch. See, sometimes this will give you like a flat distance between it, but for some reason, I don't know, point to point, it should, oh yeah, XYZ delta, there we go. Yeah, 5.5 millimeters. So getting that to be the right distance while also having all of this stuff line up all in between has been exceedingly difficult. And the problem is, if you talk to engineers about this kind of thing, if you talk to engineers, they're the most fucking insufferable, pretentious assholes you've ever talked to in your entire life. Because when you come up with a problem like this and you communicate to them how frustrated you are, oh, I couldn't get this to work. Why didn't that? They go, oh, you should have just measured it from here. And it's like, I did that several times. You're just obnoxious. Well, why didn't you just do it this way? It would have worked. Like, oh my God, I cannot communicate to you how annoying they are. It's just always like, you should have done it my way because that's correct. And it's like, that's not what I dealt with. I've been tweaking this for days to try to get all this stuff right. And this is the basis. This is the basis of basically a bunch of other stuff that I'm going to be doing to this. Like, this is like the master drawing. So everything needs to be correct. And what was happening was this gear right here ended up being too close to this mount. So I had to go back through all the different designs. Keep in mind, all this stuff is from scratch. Like this housing for the differential, I designed this from scratch, and I could show you the file. I could show you how much work that I've done on this thing, trying to reverse engineer it into even numbers, because we know engineers don't do 28.0175 millimeters. It would be 28 millimeters. 28.01 is just insufferable. It would never do that. So that's why I had to take everything, and instead of just carte blanche taking measurements into this thing, I had to interpret measurements in order to figure out how they were building it. And there's actually some things here that I didn't put together in the right order. For instance, if I had opened up this solid, like extruded these pieces in here later on, I could have put a chamfer, sorry, a fillet between this and this, right? I could have put one of these guys, a little fillet right between this and this. And that's what's on the actual part. That's what's on the actual part versus what I built. So that's just an idea of like what you run into in reverse engineering. Now I'm not going to care about that because I'm not doing anything with the differential. I'm not designing a differential. Small parts are the bane of 3D printers. They're very, very difficult to put together. But like this piece alone is several sketches worth of material. So like I've got a sketch here that's got all the dimensions and all the circles for the posts and the sidewalls and everything like that. Then I extruded those. Actually, I could take you through the timeline of how I built this. Here's the process. You can hit play and Fusion will take you through the process of building everything. Dear God, is it annoying? Recreating 3D objects in CAD can be very zen. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't use Blender. I use AutoCAD, so it's a little bit more matter of fact, right? So yeah, anyway, that's what I've been going through with this RC car, and so I've just been kind of like showing people what I've been up to with it. I don't know what I changed, so please don't save it. So anyway, that's where we are with this. It's pretty crazy, but I'm just getting to the point where I'm tweaking all these 3D prints in order to hold on the custom pieces. Whew, man, that was an explanation and a half. I actually do have to move some stuff in here. Well, maybe I'll do that another time, because I want to move this to its furthest away position so that it... Oh, look, did that move back? Wait, you guys saw that this was out of whack before. Now it's back in whack. When did that happen? Did I like accidentally like drag and drop this somewhere when I was working with it before? Because remember, it wanted me to capture the position and I never did. And now it doesn't need me to capture the position and everything is in alignment. That's really weird. That's really weird. Another part of this is, by the way, that I have a bunch of car bodies that I got from Thingiverse. GrabCAD and Thingiverse. I got a bunch of different car bodies, and I would like to eventually print out a cool body for this thing. And I haven't decided what car yet, because it's very difficult to fit the narrow wheelbase with the big wheels like this. So I think what I'm going to need to do is pull something into AutoCAD and then wrap it in a mesh and then be able to manipulate it from there. I don't know about a DeLorean. I think maybe like I found my favorite is actually here. Hold on, let's see if I still have it. I don't still have it. Maybe this one still has it. This file's a piece of shit though. I do have the Tesla truck. I don't think I want a low poly Tesla truck. Yeah, a lot of the parts are kind of old. Spindle, spindle, spindle. Canvases. Nope, not canvases. It would be under meshes, I think. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have it in here. Pro Leveum Tut. And oh, sorry, thank you guys for the follow. And Mick Triple J and the Blixillion, thank you for following. I know low poly Tesla truck is redundant. No, I don't actually have the never mind. I don't have the blah, 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 blah. I don't have the car bodies in this document anymore. I'm gonna close. This is so old that it just don't save. Oh God, insulin pump beeping at me. What do you want? I ate a hoagie. I think I'll be all right. Okay, yeah, all right. Anyway, I'm not gonna go too deep into this. I still need to 3D print a bunch of stuff. I want to see if the motor fits, if my motor mounts work out, if I need to do any editing with that, and then we'll move on to the computer stuff. But yeah, the tiny RC cars. Oh yeah, my primary motivation for these, by the way, is you don't need this to go very fast. So I'm doing a one battery cell battery for this that has 2 cells in parallel so that I've got a long run time with the car. And then I'm putting all the electronics on top of a little servo here so I can fit whatever car body I want, because this thing is small. And that means that on the floors around the shop and in the adjacent rooms, I can run this thing all to my heart's content. There's not a lot of clearance on this, right? It's got like a 2 millimeters of clearance max. So this is really good. V6000 or V6, thank you for following. Or Vaboo, if you're trying to do leads. I don't know how to interpret your guys' names. These are really good to like race around indoors. I'm not really gonna, I don't have any ambitions to take this thing outdoor because like every pebble is a boulder to this thing. During the height of the pandemic and not going outside, this was an extremely great way to pass the time. I could drift around stuff and have a lot of fun with it like that. So that's been my big motivation to mess with this and you know, create kind of a legitimate little RC car kit out of it. I can also put a little POV camera on it too if I feel like. So all those things, you know, drive it into somebody's house and terrorize them. Anyway, I found by the way, when we were measuring this, I found an error with the WL Toys kit that somehow they ignored. There is a mount for a bearing on the front of this motor mount. In its original spec, where is it? Where did it go? This thing holds a bearing, right, for the drive shaft, but in position, that bearing is too far forward. It's like 2.5 millimeters. It was probably supposed to be 2. And they put the wrong part in with the kit. These things come assembled when you buy them. So they put the wrong part from the factory in the stupid thing. I am livid because it messed up all of my dimensions and it caused me a whole lot of heartache and grief trying to get everything into position. Just to let you know, my nickname is in Russian. It sounds Russian, like Prolivaim Tut. Prolivaim Tut. Sorry for interrupting. Keep going. Hey man, no worries. Why are you using so many parentheses? Oh, you got like nested parenthetical notes on the Jesus. Anyway, so this piece didn't fit originally, and I had to correct their homework in order to get everything to fit properly and not have a lot of drivetrain resistance. See, what they were doing is they were throwing a big motor and a lot of voltage behind a fairly resistive drivetrain. The differentials that came with the kit would rub on some of the internal dimensions of that thing. So like if you buy one of these, take it apart, start messing with it, because it needs help. It needs grease and it needs help. You can't just run all the mistakes out. God, you can't do the Italian tune-up where you just, you know, abuse it for a little while and then it works perfectly. So yeah, these are the parts that I just printed. Some of them are better, some of them are worse. Some are a lot worse. I think maybe this is the prime example that I can take, and I'll just trim that a little bit. And we can try to assemble this test chassis with the motor. It's not really a test chassis. I guess the Mario Kart is that one now. I bought two of the kits. One was a drift car, and the other's just an all-wheel drive thing, but yeah. Yeah, it's way too much work. I don't list everything in every project. I have a GitHub. If you're looking for more information, feel free to ask on the Discord, and I can provide accordingly. So yeah, because my bridge settings suck, because I use PETG without any cooling, gotta kind of trim things a little bit. The bridging isn't very good. Let's move that in a little bit, and we can move you guys a little closer. All right, so I want to fit this ring on the back. I need a little screw for that. I've been using these panhead laptop screws for the longest time. I really like them. I think they're a very good screw. So that there. What is the assembly order for this thing? And then I need the collar on the front, but I need it to be clean. Ah, this one's pretty clean. I don't know what happened to the... I put a flat spot in the front of this, but for some reason, I guess maybe I didn't save it or something like that, but that step is gone. Yeah, these are my Weiras. Weiras are a good screwdriver. You're looking for a good set of screwdrivers. You're looking right here. Shit, where did that go? I found it. Okay. Jesus. Just launch it across the room while you're at it. All right. So yeah, these are the two pieces that hold the motor in, and they hold it against these two pieces. We in focus? We're in focus. All right, cool. All right, so let me try to get this stuff in here. And if the motor fits correctly, I'll be happy. So this has been my test motor, Hudis. It's just the light dash motor. I also have a plasma dash. Tamiya makes these crazy motors. I think these are banned in some competitions. Basically, the difference between these motors and your normal 130 sized motor is all down to the spindle. And whether or not they use brushes, but it's all down to the spindle. Now, this one I shredded by putting 2S worth of power through it, which is a really bad idea. Over here, we've got a motor that I put 52 volts through. It eventually broke just by machining away its bearings. But you can see the regular 130 sized motor has many, many coils and a lot of wire for power to move through. So it sips on the current. It uses very little current to make the magnetic fluxes that move it around. This thing, this monster from Tamiya, this one was, I believe, like the torque dash or whatever. I forget exactly which one it was, but I broke it. I put too many volts through it, and it overheated the commutator. I think you can replace these parts, but anyway, I don't have a housing for it anymore. This stuff uses much thicker wire, so it pulls far more current. I don't know about the voltage on it. I guess it probably uses fewer volts. But anyway, it pulls far more current, and that allows it to go much harder. It's a much more powerful motor. The plasma dash even has replaceable brushes, which is a little frightening. Now, in the documentation, they say the brushes last you for like 20 minutes, which I don't think is the case. I really hope not. These are replaceable after all, but I just don't want to have to like have a ton of them. These actually do have replaceable brushes. That's what this plastic piece is here, right in front of the motor. You just undo these two little tabs, and then you can pull the motor apart and replace parts on it, but I don't want to have to do that. So I have a light dash, a plasma dash, and then I think the one in here is a torque dash, but I had to take it out of, I had to put it in a different motor's can because I drilled holes for screws in the front. So I don't want to do all this mutant motor swapping stuff, which is why I've got this system here of putting one piece on the front collar of the motor and then having a ring on the back that holds it very closely. So that's going to hold the motor in place and keep it from twisting and turning about. Okay, what's going on here? There we go. Okay, so can I get that to fit in here without having to remove everything? Answer might surprise you. It's no. Oh wait, yeah, maybe it's yes. I can't get this to go around the plastic here. Yeah, so I do have to kind of release it a little bit. I have to see if I need to gap these parts a little bit more. I'll have to find a grub screw, too. I need to sand that. Son of a bitch. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I think what's going to happen is I have to take the whole assembly apart in order to get the motor on there. It's annoying, but I don't think I'm going to be swapping motors all that often. Oh, there we go. That's engaged. Okay, so now that's there. Let me tighten this up and we'll see what the fit feels like. I may have to put the gap back on the part, which I know how to do. No, that's good. It's got 1.5 millimeter that it can adjust horizontally. So, in spite of the crunchiness of that print, which I can clean up with a file if I really need to, that I think will work out. Oh, nope, that's too long of a screw. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. These are all 3D printed parts. They're not that strong. Gotta be careful with them. Also, I'm putting machine screws into 3D printed parts, so they are not strong. I wish I had something more. I mean, those are a bunch of big raids, man. I wish I could do a little bit more for you guys while you're here, but this is what we're working on. We'll pull the computer out of the rack in just a second here. This is a much shorter part. That'll fit. There we go. Much shorter screw, rather. All right, so that holds it pretty well. I'm pretty happy with that. Now the grub screw is just going to put sideways pressure on the motor. Looks like the motor is in a position where it's going to collide with the drive shaft. Gotta be careful about that. I didn't think about that. Like if here, I guess if I turn this 90 degrees, it'll fit closer to the drive shaft, but I don't really need it to, unless I use a very small pinion. But if I take these parts just where we are on the timeline, and I move them, and I can't move. I don't know if I can move these all at once because they are both. These are both components and bodies. I can turn the bodies into components, and then I can move them all as one. I didn't put like dynamics into this model. Fusion lets you do that kind of stuff. But I do know that it's 1.5 millimeters in either direction. So if I take a generic like moving thing and I move this -1.5, and I click somewhere else, I can click enter. Nope, that did the command. Oh well, whatever. Yeah, we can see that it's going to clip the shaft a little bit. Well, I didn't think about that. That'd be something that might make me turn the motor 90 degrees here. What happens if I rotate it? What'll it clip against? Components, take the motor, rotate, choose an axis. Obviously, it's going to be this. Flip it 90. Not 95, 90. Yeah, that clips a little bit. There's no help in it, is there? So no matter what, I would not be able to move this 1.5 millimeters in, which is funny because the amount of adjustment was more than that from the original. Exmono! You're following. Same with Djalbot. Cut a bigger hole. I don't need it to move this far in. I was just trying to emulate like what the kit allowed. So I could actually make this smaller. I could make this piece right here smaller. I don't know. People seem to feel the need to correct every problem that I don't necessarily need corrected. I just wanted to get an idea. It'll move 1.5 millimeters down. I made sure. Whoa, actually, no, it won't. No, it won't. It definitely won't, because now I have this here. I forgot about that. Huh, neat. Oh well, good enough. There's enough adjustment that I think it'll be able to take the different, actually it moves down a little bit. It doesn't move down all the way. That kind of does. It kind of does. It just kind of hits up against that. So that's all right. It's all good. It's all good. See, that motor fits. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. I'm happy with that fit. That's good. I kind of took a gamble on that one. That was an iterative design kind of thing. The iterative design being that I left no gap here and I did a 0.1 millimeter gap on the front, which means there's still a little bit of a gap right there. Mark and Sutton, nearly a whole year. Oh, brother. People, every time, like when I rate a channel, people say, hey, thanks, oh, brother. I'm like, no, there's no R. Anyway, let's put your name up on the board, Mark and Sutton. Appreciate the, I appreciate the sub. Yeah, you guys can see that I've actually been having a good time designing all these RC car parts. It's been frustrating and it's been fiddly, but now that I've got a basis for the model design, I can do all of this like tight tolerance kind of weird stuff. Hit print on the printer. Ooh, that was a hoagie burp. That was the flavor and essence of a hoagie. Woof. I can do a print of a part with tight tolerances, and what I print comes out on the other end. There is one R. There's no R's allowed. Oh, bother. Markin, why are you have to be like this? You be all the way out here. You're not a drama queen. Thanks for the raid, Robaz. Where's the W? Where's the W? There's no W in Robaz. Mark and Sutton, you're right by Sign Ardwin. You're actually not colliding with anybody, unlike Ghost Freak. That was like right in the middle of a name. Dino Bambito, thank you for following. Like, we put a lot of effort into making sure that names don't collide, and then they're just like smashed up into one another. That's annoying. Anyway, thank you for subbing, Mark and Sutton. Yeah, so I've been having a ball with these RC car things. It turns out that I need to, since this is all iterative, I need to print another servo top and bottom piece in order to finish that part. From there, I need to figure out the dimensions of the circuit board and what kind of connectors are most on this board from Rabaz's stream. There are a lot of people from Rabaz here. Rabaz has rated me a handful of times, not a lot. I think it's just a lot of the population kind of goes from stream to stream to stream, and you'll see a lot of Rabaz people in, like, you know, Tomato and ADH Degenerate and you know, all kinds of other places. Dave 5005, Crunchy Weasel, thank you for the follow. You know, Strip and Criken, all those people. You see the same people kind of going from stream to stream to stream. So, you know, it is what it is. I see a lot of Rabaz people and Ghost Freak, and then Ghost Freak raided today, which was pretty cool. Yeah, I'm excited to get this thing actually like running. One thing that I'm concerned about though is having the grub screw coming in from the side, pushing this thing this way. I'm not sure that the gears should be pressure meshed like that. I'm not sure if it's a good idea if you got two gears, if you're pushing them up against one another. I think they need to be a little bit looser than that just to properly mesh. Like, should there be a little bit of backlash on the gears? Probably. If I'm pushing them up against one another, I don't know if that's good for the gears. I don't know. Mechanical engineers can chime in here. I will allow it in order to determine whether or not, you know, do we need to have pressure on the mesh, or should I don't know, throw a spring in on the other side so that I can just have it hold it at a certain. Although if there's a spring there, that means that, well, nothing's going to force it that way. It's all going to be forced out this way. So I don't really know. I'm not a mechanical engineer, so. Yeah, you don't know Chainsaw Man? I hear Chainsaw Man's pretty fucking awesome. I haven't read any of it, but I hear it's cool. There's an anime of it coming soon. Everybody's going bonkers about it. All right, so I'm gonna get RC car stuff out of the way right now. I need to move this stuff to another bench. Oh, by the way, one of the things that I also need to do that I'm really pissed off about having to do is that the Chinese manufactured RC car parts, they had some kind of a manufacturing defect, and these holes are 0.5 millimeter this way. And then that places this hole in the bad position. So these being moved 0.5 millimeter this way means I can sand them 0.5 millimeter if I've got a circular sander that's small enough, a little handheld micro file, rather, not sander, file, micro file, or I can try to drill them. If I have an end mill that fits that size, I can try to mill them by moving over that way. All that stuff is not very appealing to me. I don't think it's really going to result in that good of a, a hole. So I bought carbon fiber rod. Exhibit A. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with carbon fiber rod other than super glue it into the hole to provide me with a platen and then try to sand it very flush and re-drill these. That, or I can do what I'm doing right now and just ignore it and hope that I can get this thing to fit on regardless. Sorry, irregardless. No, that's not going to work. It's not going to... I don't know how the hell I got this one to fit. Somehow, using all the same parts, I got this one to fit. And it looks like the motor, you can see the motor's leaning back in this. Even though it is pretty loose, like, everything's kind of moving right. But that doesn't fit. Those holes are in the wrong spot. So there's too much space right here. This is being pushed outward. If that bearing, which has a bunch of bullshit in it, there's like hair in there. If that bearing is tilted like that, I guess maybe if it's not seated correctly, it might be all right, but... Oh no, I'd get mad at you for saying it too. I said it intentionally right now just to trigger people. That's just one of those things that I say. I just say wrong stuff, guys, sometimes. But anyway, yeah, that doesn't fit. That's really irritating. That should not be that way. This is tilted over to the side. I don't know how WL Toys got away with that being like that. And that's partially because those holes are off, partially because the bearing is the wrong size. So I don't know, man. This is a mess. Once I clean up the model, I'm excited to see how much better it runs. Actually, it probably won't run any better. Anyway, let me get this stuff out of the way. Sorry, I'm geeking out about RC cars. That's what I've been doing for the past week. It's been too much for you guys to bear. Let's get back to doing big projects. So we're going to take a look at my rack mount. We're going to stare at my rack for a little while and see what we can make fit. Yeah, I know language is evolving, but that doesn't mean you can devolve it. That doesn't mean you can just fucking ruin it and call it, oh, but language is evolving. That's why I can use the letter U instead of YOU and the letter R instead of ARE. I'm really excited to hear about what you're doing with all that time you saved by typing the wrong thing and making my eyebrow twitch. 'Cause language is evolving! Thanks, Socrates. God. Hey, Kilo. How about that Jabuvo? I know you was watching. I know. No! Oh, that didn't drop on the ground. IR language good. And good pronunciation. Alright, a lot of tiny parts that are basically all trash. They're all trash. Every single one. I'm almost there, though. I'm almost there with this design. Put this where it should go. I have so many just parts that I don't have use for. so many parts, just little 3D printed. Yeah, we were just going over some design stuff that I was doing with the little RC car chassis. But now we're gonna work on computers. Computers. How do they work? How do we make them work? What do we do? Just put one together. Or at least get an idea of the parts that I need to design for this one and get some dimensions off of this thing. And then I can print mounts for the parts, what will allow me to run all of the different things inside of this chassis. And then I will have packed away my streaming computer, and I will have enough desk space to start messing around with Burn the Subs. Still want to get back to the pan car, a fully 3D printed RC car. This thing was fun. All right, put it away. Put it away, though. It goes away. Calipers, I'm going to need you later. Up here, this thing to there. We had, People who don't know that subsequent and sequential have different meanings. Well, you use them differently, that's all. Okay. There's so many parts everywhere. Everything go away. So many different parts. All right, how's that? That's still not enough room to work on a computer, but it'll be enough that I can at least get the stuff out and we can see it. So let me try to give you guys a good view of what I'm doing. There's no way to do it because of the placement of this camera arm, but I guess this will be okay. Boy, my router is on fire. That thing gets terrible reception in this house, and I don't know what the fuck is wrong with it. I have attached low gain antennae to it that sit on the top of this rack. They are in kind of a corner of the basement, which doesn't really help. But like, I would love to, like, every toilet in this house gets terrible reception. I don't know what that is. And like, my bed, incidentally also a toilet, also gets terrible reception. All the places where I'm actually on my phone. I have a sneaking suspicion that the siding, not the siding, the what do you call it? The drywall in this place used, it was like that type of drywall that has like the Mylar on it. Maybe that blocked some of the signals. I don't know though. All right, let's get this thing out of here. Oh boy. Well, there's a lot of stuff in it because I've been using it as a cubby hole. So maybe I need to get the stuff out first. Let's get the stuff out. One of the things we were working on with this is trying to get a right angle cooler, PETG right angle mount for the water block. That was a struggle that we've recently been through, and getting it to seal was very difficult to do. So I don't know if I'll reevaluate that, come up with a different method. But all right, let's get the 4 screws out of the. Oh wait, no, I still got two more loose pieces that need to come out of this. I can show you guys the saga of this thing, all the annoying shit that I've had to deal with. I wish I had a modular power supply for this so that I could keep it in here. But I don't. I have either the power supply that's in the current stream computer, or I could use a 600 watt that I've got sitting around. But man, that camera's like right in my face. No, hopefully my whole face won't be in the way. I did move this up in the rack. I'll probably have to move it back down again. It's just, I need to fit all of my network equipment on this rack, and I've got a rack shelf that's upside down. I ran out of, NavPoint comes with these nice low profile, right angle, like L brackets that go from the front of the rack to the back of the rack. They can hold up stuff like a heavy computer, right? So that you're not stressing out your rail mounts, because the rail mounts on this, whatever the hell it was, I think maybe Silverstone case, are like cheese. They're really, really bad. Fancy some cheese. They're really, really bad, so I want to brace them with something. And so right now I have one of those cheesy rack shelves that I wasn't using anywhere else, and I flipped it upside down, and I mounted it to the back end of the rack. But it's got these sides that come up in order to bolster it. And so in order to fit it with those sides, I need to move this in and I need to move this in. But I'm streaming right now and I don't really want to mess with these pieces of network equipment. I do wish that more places would design things like Netgear. Like Netgear has all the LEDs on the front, whereas this fucking piece of shit Asus thing, it's got all the cables are on one side, but all the lights are on the other. So where'd you learn all these things about computers? I've just been fucking with computers my whole life. I've just been messing around with computers my whole life. That's all. It only takes your whole life to build up all these skills. You know, I went to school for control systems and electronics, so it was an EE degree in control systems, but I really didn't learn a whole lot about computers and stuff from that. I didn't learn a whole lot about electronics design from that even. What's this gonna do when I get the screw out? Please don't turn off any of my network equipment. I am one misplaced cable from not streaming anymore today. All right, since there isn't a computer in here, I'm able to do this. Just pull this thing. Fuck. Oh, goes that. Okay. All right, back over to here. Up. All right, so rack mount computer. What's the idea behind this? Well, originally I wanted to have the radiator and fans sticking out of the side of the computer because my thought was, well, there's a little extra space in the rack and I could probably wiggle this thing into position by, you know, I could wiggle it around the side rail and then end up, I gotta put this lid somewhere, I don't know where to put it, end up getting this thing, like wiggling it into the rack and having it all fit. That didn't really work out. That didn't really work out. So what I had to do is come up with another method of doing things here. Another way to get all of my stuff into here properly, get it cooled with water, because I had to, because it's, you know, whatever. Because that's what I decided to do. Screw you. That's an RC car screw. Hold on. How did that get there? How did this get here? This is an RC car screw. I need to move this over. Hold on. It's a nice rack. Why, thank you. Let's see. That screw. I can't get that thing to thread. All right, I'll put it right there. All right, anyway. If I see RC car screws, I have to make sure that I get them. So what is this piece of poster board in here? Well, because this is the streaming computer. This is the streaming computer, and so I can't just throw the motherboard of that computer in here and then work with it from there. So we ended up finding out exactly what model motherboard it was and where all the components were, where all the screw holes were, and measuring it out on a piece of poster board and then cutting it out. So that's what this is. This is our virtual motherboard to give us an idea of where all the stuff is. It's thicker than a motherboard. It doesn't have any connectors on it. Here I have the fans and the radiator mounted internally. That doesn't fit. So I got to do something else with that. What I ended up doing is getting an EKWB, what is it? No, LC solution radiator for the 140 millimeter fan. So this fan over here, we had a little bit of extra space around it. So I've got this radiator. I'm hoping we can position this in a good way to either have it right up against there or even have the openings for the cooling stick out the front. Then I also got a zero cool radiator because they make decent products, right? This guy can stick out the back. So I can actually have that sticking out the back. I don't care about that. Or I can have the radiator internal and then have the fans on the outside. We can use room going backwards. Not a lot, but there is a little bit. Just enough for like cable connectors and stuff. So I think fans external, radiator internal on the back. This is just going to be left hanging. If I feel like it, I could put a 120 millimeter fan on the side, but there's not a heck of a lot of room from the top of the motherboard to the edge. And then the reservoir, which I wonder if the reservoir could go here. Although I don't know if, I don't think I want the reservoir to be over there. I want the reservoir to be up front and center, because that's what you're going to be looking at. Although looking at the computer from this angle, like from where I'm sitting right now, you would be able to see that radiator right here. Sorry, that reservoir right here. Ooh, that's a debate. All right, well, we'll have to think about these things. First, I got to get this shit out of here. This has been this project. This project's been a whole bunch of what-ifs that I never really follow through on. But the latest revelation in this thing is that this ain't gonna work. By the way, there's also this piece here that I haven't figured out yet, which is basically just a support. This thing is meant to just kind of strengthen the rest of the computer. Where does that go? I think it goes here? Here? Or here? Or here? Maybe here? Here. It goes, or here. Maybe, yeah, I think it goes here, but I thought it reached the front. I guess it doesn't. Yeah, that's designed to hold everything up. I still have to fit a platter hard drive in here too, which is this Stream Archive hard drive. Yeah, let's get started. I gotta take a bunch of stuff apart in here. Oh yeah, let me get my light back. My floodlight. Grab that thing, pull it back over here. Here we go. Okay. It's gonna be a lot of hardware falling out of this thing as I work with it. Never actually got to talk about Back for Blood, did we? Because everything was so mad when all them people raided. I'm supposed to be able to release this by pushing it this way, but there we go. Ow, ow! By the way, after doing all that 3D printing, I have no fingernails anymore. My fingernails are done. The support material was small enough that it deceptively could be pried apart slightly by my fingernails. And what that ended up doing is giving me enough confidence to pick at it with my fingernails and then totally fucking destroy all of them. There are like little splits in the fronts of all of my fingernails because I've been picking at 3D print material. The 3D print material gave me a thumb injury. A piece flew off and like skinned me. Ridiculous. So stupid. How's chat doing? I think we lost all the raiders. I think all that's left are the raiders bots. They've all gone to bed. Everybody's like, man, this guy doesn't really do anything, does he? He just kind of talks about the same thing over and over again. Where'd all my good hex keys go? I guess these are the right size, right? Nope, not even close. Yeah, exactly. The notorious Groovy something bot. Oh, it looks like I screwed in the fans and the radiator. They're both separately attached because there aren't screws that go through this whole thing. Don't mind me just lurking. Hey, man, you lurkers make the stream go round. I don't know. You guys help out a lot. I appreciate you. Part cyborg. I guess so. I guess so. There you go. I'm technically also part cyborg. Or wait, what's the difference? Which one is implanted versus not? An android versus cyborg? Currently debating if I want fried chicken or Taco Bell. You know, the local Taco Bell to me, which is like 45 minutes away. No, it's not 45 minutes away. The Taco Bell that's most local to me is something like a 25-minute drive. And it is a KFC Taco Bell, which is too powerful for any one institution. You got to make that decision on the fly, and typically I will go Taco Bell. I haven't had Taco Bell in a little while. Maybe we should do that. Maybe next week. I got to plan it that far ahead. I got to say, hey man, next week I'm gonna go to Taco Bell. I'm gonna get what Tomato refers to as the sinful bell, although it's not. You know, I can't just order Taco Bell from my seat. Otherwise, I would be perfectly spherical. Depends on if you want a little diarrhea or a lot of diarrhea. I don't know what people are... The people from the internet are made out of some weak stuff. They can't eat Taco Bell. Maybe they just don't have the self-control. I'm gonna cough 1 second. Send the RC car there as pickup. Need to put a big solar panel on top of it. All right. Fuck. Oh, there goes a screw. That was a drop. So I can retain the openings in the side just as vents, or I could put fans on them, and I haven't decided which one I want to do. Now the two 120mm fan holes in the side, they'll actually fit this reservoir. Let's investigate that real quick. I just want to see what happens. What's that going to look like? Because now I'm tempted. Oh no, wait a minute, I can't. Because then this would, the pump. Keep forgetting about the pump. I could run a smaller the pump, but this will, while it will fit in the mounting holes for the fans, actually it won't. It would fit. It would fit on the mounting holes for the fans, but there needs to be a pump sticking through, so that's not going to work. This ain't going to work out. That will not allow me to mount the rack mount server. So all right, fuck that then. Never mind. So this is going to sit in front of the grating on this side over here. I could put it behind. No, that won't fit. That will not fit. It has to be in front, which will take up all this front space and it'll look kind of awesome. So there will be water in front swishing about, which is what I want. Let me get the water cool stuff out of the way. There you go. That dude who was definitely a bag of Milky Ways got it. You know what? Let me take the motherboard out of the streaming computer so that we can size it up properly. And the stream stops. Alright, so we can move this out of the way. That's for the graphics card anyway. Oh, I got an injury. Oh. Just barely. This thing was like pristine. Oh. Be careful of my radiators. Okay, so here's the idea. Because I can't fit that big radiator on the side here, I was thinking like maybe I could do the radiator inside and the fans outside. And so I got these slim fans, and you think, well, that's not that much space at all. That's very little space. That'll probably fit. But when I put it all together, it did not. It didn't fit at all. I was very, very angry, to be honest, because that tiny little profile is enough to keep me from being able to put this into the rack. They're using their maximum amount of sideways space. So the other thought is, what if I mount it internally? What if it is just out of the way? It's not. It actually overlaps the motherboard by a significant amount. So I cannot use this combo here. I can't use this unless I either mount just the fans or if I mount just the radiator. I have an open air radiator, which is not what we want. I want this thing to be able to cool itself, even though it's not under stress. This computer is the stream computer. It does basically the encoding using a 970 GTX 970 from EVGA. I was gonna give it the 1080 FTW, but you know, graphics cards being what they are. So I can't rely on just like open air convection in order to do the job of cooling an entire computer. This is probably, if we're being honest, 280mm fans worth of radiator, even though this has quite a bit of heat exchange room. This is probably not going to be adequate for a rack computer processor. This is a slightly, what processor do we have inside of this thing? Oh, let me look at the system real quick. Maybe device manager? No, not device manager. That's not going to tell me. System? Yeah, system info. System info. This is an i5 7600. So an i5 7600, we probably need a little bit more radiator than this, especially if we're going to eventually add a graphics card. So the only spot that I really have available to me is this room right here, where all the power supply cables are. but I've got a 140 millimeter fan in here right now. If I staple this to the front of it, better for worse. Well, it doesn't quite fit with the maker beam in the position that it's in, so I'm probably going to have to mount it specially in a weird way. Great. Just what I wanted. But I can mount that like this, and then we can figure it out from there, right? So that'll get a little bit of airflow through it. It's out of position for the fan, though. I can't use the fan mount holes because the fan is, for some reason, offset a little bit. I thought that was centered, but I guess not. Yeah, the mount holes are just like completely off, huh? Oh, you know what? It's a different size. That's why. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I'll have to make an adapter. Still be able to use most of the radiator, but yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking about that. We might need to design a bracket to mount them to one another. Because like the fan covers this whole thing, but it's kind of like centered and the holes are a little further in. I think there are probably fan adapters on like Thingiverse, but like what are the sizes that we're dealing with here? I think one's 140 and is this 120? No, this one's 140. So is this. Am I dumb? What's going on here? Wow, there's a strong magnet in that. Look at that, it's holding onto my ruler. Jeez. Okay, what am I missing here? Maybe they're part? No, there were no other parts that came with this. Maybe I'm dumb. maybe I'm just dumb. Let me get the fan out of here and we can compare them. Yeah, I mean the way it's looking right now, I'm probably gonna have to 3D print some kind of an adapter bracket, which is fine. That's easy to do. That landed on the floor. That's easy enough to do. Once I get a plan here, I'll be able to design a couple parts for this. What's up, Uncle Level? Well, we did a review on the RC car stuff that I was working on, but now I'm working on computers. Trying to get my stream PC mounted into my equipment rack of stuff that powers the stream. I do not know how Djibouti Show does it. I think they have like a whole separate room for all the computers and stuff, and then they have big pipelines of cables that come out to their main room where they've got all the like TV monitors and stuff like that so that they can be attentive of the stream in front of them. It's pretty crazy. Their setup is nuts. I've been slowly upgrading my setup. Yeah, these don't fit. What the fuck? Wait, what the hell? LC solution? I gotta look this thing up. Let me look up this radiator and see what the hell the deal is with it. Because, like, all right, so I just explained to everybody that the external radiators on this thing didn't work. Even just putting these fans, as low profile as they are, external to the rack mount, meant that they didn't fit. Putting the entire radiator and fan setup internal also didn't fit. The motherboard's too restricted in a 19-inch rack. So I've got a power supply here. I've got a big blank space right here with a 140 millimeter fan on it. So the thought was 140 millimeter radiator and then 280 millimeter or a 2 by 80 millimeter radiator on the back, and I can put 280 millimeter fans on the back. And then I've got 280 millimeters, a 140. I think that's enough to cool a computer whose responsibility is primarily streaming. Enough so that it's not going to be loud. We can make it look cool as a bonus. Capiche? Yeah, you guys are following me. You know what's going on. That don't bother. He talks fast. I don't know. He talks a lot, and I don't know what he's saying, but I like how I say it. I've got to transfer all the parts over. That's why we're doing it like that. Hold on. I'm going to open up Amazon.com. Am I still logged in? Yeah, it still has me logged in. Orders. Radiator. That's a car radiator. Radiator. You stupid part. What are you? Why don't you not fit a fan? What do you come with? Nothing. Oh, you bastards. This doesn't have like a fan mount. What the fuck? This is a $60 radiator, you know? Like, try to work with me a little bit here. Customer image. Ready to use, no need for internal flush cleaning, no matter what. And then they got all this junk from the inside. Ugh. Nice, slim, rad. Okay, nobody has any opinions on this thing that I can use. Do I really have to make an adapter? All right, so EKWB, EK Coolstream SC140, copy, paste and search, EKWB. Does my 140 millimeter fan have 120 millimeter hole spacing? Yeah, it does. It does. You're correct. That's what it is. Do I need to, should I just like buy a 120 millimeter fan? Slim single just like me. Womp womp. All right, so wait, but then this is 120 millimeters, so it doesn't actually fit 140. Oh, weird. This is weird. So I need a 120 to 140 adapter. That's what it is. The circular this fan is a 140 millimeter fan, but it has 120 millimeter holes on it. I got two 120 fans on a 280 radiator, case panel in between. Could something like that work? Can't put the case panel in between, unless I have a panel, like just a panel, because I can't put an external anything on this case unless it's in the back. In the back I can do external. In the front I can do external. I can't do external on the sides because the rack rails need to get through. I'll say mounted them, but the problem is like doing weird stuff like that, like mounting them after the fact. I'm not going to do that because I need to be able to get the platter hard drive in and out of this thing. It can be difficult to get the platter hard drive in and out, but I still need to get the platter hard drive in and out of this thing. This thing needs to have a platter hard drive somewhere, which may or may not happen at this point. Actually, it'll probably go up on the side of the case because I need an archive drive for all of my archived streams. I have not been... What's up, Total Combat? I have not been uploading to an archive channel. I need to do that. Everybody does that, and I don't. My streams are fairly like, let's work on this thing now and do it now and figure it out. And my VODs get a lot of views, but I think had I been over the past couple of years just always uploading to an archive channel, if I got in the habit of doing that, I probably would have many, many more viewers than I do right now, because there's a certain appeal to that and people watch that kind of stuff. Well, that's a cool looking thing. Hey, I'm just going to move your computer and oh my God, there's water everywhere. Shoutouts to the VOD gang. Yeah, you guys that watch VODs are great. I don't know what you guys are or like what makes you guys tick or like make us smell what you guys are even doing here, but let's see. Okay, so yeah, this doesn't work. Son of a bitch. So I need I can literally just go on Thingiverse and find something somebody made. It would probably be better if I designed it though, because I probably need it to look a certain way. And the things on Thingiverse, you're kind of relying on people who are using like Blender or something to create their 3D objects. But let's take a look. So what I can do is 140 to 120 millimeter, and I'll come up with fan results. Or a gun. Fan. And I still get a gun. Okay. I wonder if you could... Does that look like a bug assault? I was wondering if I could 3D print a bug assault and put all kinds of like actual gun hardware on it. Time to build a gun. Twitch is like, I don't know what Twitch is like with that kind of stuff. They're not great with that kind of stuff. Like my channel could just like banned just because I was like cleaning a gun on stream. There was one streamer who just pointed a gun at the webcam and that was a threat. And so banned. So I'm not messing with that kind of stuff around here. Hackaday guys, every time I get in touch with the Hackaday dudes, they're like, hey, how do I 3D print gun? I'm like, go away, please. Never ask me that. Don't ask me that. Here are the adapters that have little cones on them, and I think that's too much space. I don't need a little cone. Jesus Christ, why would you do this? Yeah, the little cone is not what I need. And it looks like this guy specifically did a remix of that in order to create specifically what he wanted to make. I mean, that's a pretty good adapter. Why are those on this side and then those don't have holes at all? Modified the 140-120 fan adapter, make it super short in order to mount the radiator to my video card higher up chest, leaving a bend in the hose. Pretty sharp. I have a Corsair, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about your fucking computer. Top hole, match the middle fan on with this adapter. I can slide the video card radiator up. I don't care about any of this. Holes are not placed for the 120mm fan. See that? Holes are not placed for the 120mm fan. All right, so we go to Fusion. We start a new drawing because I can't trust other people to make parts. So we're in my RC Cars folder. Subsequently to semantically satiate ADHD degenerate, I have a computer folder. There's a great plugin, a great Chrome plugin called Recipe Filter that takes all the bullshit out of online recipes, turns them into a one-page instructional with ingredients at the top that has a checklist. Pecker, yeah, well, that's how I get by. You work with what you've got. I was trying to nap on my desk and listen. Yeah, it's like a recipe. I don't think it's a recipe picker. Maybe it is a recipe picker, like plug-in, so you don't get, you know, my dad was a horrible drunk and suicidal. He hit his head against the coffee table in April 1946. Anyway, when I make lasagna, like, it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude. No, the recipe filter gets rid of all the bullshit, and it just puts a recipe right up on the front page, and you can print that out from there. It's a great plugin. You should really look it up. It's for Chrome. There's probably one that exists for the other browsers too. I'm gonna burp. No, I'm not. I'm in that liminal space between burping and not burping. No, that's the wrong side, man. That's the wrong end. I'm drinking fizzy drinks, so you know how it is. Okay. Anyway, I've got a bunch of bullshit in here. Like a lot of bullshit in here. The latest stuff is from the air-cooled computer upgrades that we just finished. And it's all this stuff that allows me to place cables and, you know, design everything so that I can create... There it was. That I can create all these little adapters that kind of have a look to them, a certain look to the way the meshes are. We're going to be getting into that a little later on, but for now... what exactly am I doing here? Well, what am I doing? I'm trying to make a fan adapter. I don't really think that makes it into... Yeah, it doesn't really make it into any of the folders in here. Maybe fans? Yeah, maybe we'll put it in fans. See, I've got all kinds of different fans. None of these are the ones that I actually use for anything, but these are a bunch of different fans. If I really wanted to, I guess I could design an adapter between a 140mm fan and a... Sorry, it'd be a 120mm fan and a 140mm fan, and I could place them a certain distance apart from one another and then gap for the screws, or I can just take dimensions online and work from those. I'm going to take dimensions online and just work from those, and we'll draw a bunch of circles, and those bunch of circles we can turn into the actual part we need. So I guess I'll put it in the fan folder. So I'll make a new design. I gotta save it first thing, Control S. I will make it 140 to 120 millimeter. And then I'll get rid of that folder, because the way Fusion 360 is, they like to take up all of your side space. They expect you to have a 16:9 or whatever the theatrical dimension is monitor. It's supposed to be wider than it is tall, which is fine, except if you're streaming and you're as vain as I am, so you have to put your stupid face up on the screen as well as the thing you're working on, the thing you're measuring and doing stuff with, in which case you don't have all of that horizontal space on the monitor. This cable has been up against my arm and it's making my arm itch. Okay. New drawing on the base. Bam. All right, where are we starting? Well, first things first, I need to know what the dimensions of the frickin' fan are. Frickin' fan art. What are the dimensions of a friggin' fan? Wow, it actually came up with the result. Okay, so let's just 140 millimeter fan dimensions. I gotta Google images because it gets rid of the bullshit. View image. Boop. Okay, so these don't have ridiculous dimensions, right? 125 plus minus 0.3, 125 plus minus 0.3. Well, that pretty much says that we're going to create a rectangle from the center of the drawing. I'm going to take that out. What was that number again? I forgot the number. In the time between, I looked at it in here. 125, 125. So 125, not enter, Control Z. Nope, create rectangle, center, construction line, by the way, because we're not working in rectangles. So we go stretch it out, 125, tab, 125, enter. It locks in our dimensions. So there's our whole dimensions. Wrong layout. We're using your international keyboard layouts. I never mess with those. All right, calipers. I want to measure this hole. I don't want to trust a diagram to give me the dimensions of whatever the fan fasteners are. 5.17. So we're going to make a 5.2 millimeter hole. Why 0.2? Well, if you have a 5 millimeter fastener, you want that little extra 0.2 in there to help the screw go through. Actually, wait, no, we want it to grip. So we're going to do, I can do 5 exactly. It'll be a loose fit. I think I want to do 4.8. Plus minus 0.2. The difference between the 0.2 is if you want a very light friction fit, you do it exactly. Sometimes that doesn't fit and you have to gap it a little bit. If you do 0.2 larger than the threads of the screw, then you end up having the screw slide into the hole. If you do it 0.2 smaller than the original, like whatever you measure the threads to be, then they will bite in and grip really well. So 4.8 on those. Now, if I am doing a proper drawing, what I can do is I can just draw these out. This is something that somebody yelled at me for last time. They didn't really yell, but they were adamant about trying to teach me this feature. The little equal sign, I'm going to equal that to this. Equal this to this. Did it not click? Did not click? There you go. Whichever one has the no, that didn't click. Failed to solve. Wait, what the hell? Okay, so that's being annoying. See, what this is doing is this is basically making it an equation. This equals to this. The other thing you can do is do a user variable that would equal this thing to the other thing. And that way you could go into your variables and change the parameters around. And what that does is it changes them fundamentally. Yeah, the fan that I'm going to use is sitting in the case, and it's a 140 millimeter fan, but it has 120 millimeter fan holes in it. So we just need to make a little adapter that'll take one thing to the other. You can get with this, you can get with that. You can roll with us. I think is it U? No. What is the command for it? It would be, oh, I guess just change parameters. I thought there was a shortcut key for this. But there's a user parameters right here, and you could add one as a variable, and you could end up just making like Z is equal to such and such dimension. You can be more verbose too. You can use the LebTV Live style variables, which he will say, LebTV's helped me with a lot of programming projects over the years. And what he does is he will name his variables like an entire sentence that will tell me what the variable is doing, because he's German and he can't be bothered to otherwise explain to me what some weird variable does that has a strange name. I was just getting to that. Leb just said that was just for you. That's what I'm saying. Because he's German and he doesn't want to explain everything to within an inch of its life, he left an explanation of what the variable is as the variable. You could do that in Fusion. You could say dimension that is the screw holes, and then that's going to be 12. So you can do that in here if you really want to, but variable naming is important for good readability. Well, while I agree with that, I don't normal variable names for me are usually jokes. All right, anyway, so 4.8 on all those holes. Now, how do we want to do this? Well, this is going to end up being a square that fits around the hole. The other one's going to be a circle. So what we have here is a failure to communicate. No, what we have is 120 millimeter holes that are around a... Let's measure the ID of this thing. It's error C. I got to get new calipers. I'm starting to get error C with my calipers. And this is telling me it's 126.5 E. Mitsatoyos, you've done me so well for so long. I think it's 130. Actually, if it's 140 on the outside, and this is 2. 37. See, this is why I like to get the part off of FreeCAD, because then somebody else has done all this work for me. Yeah, it's 140 to the outside. So we'll mimic that, 140, and then we'll go 2 millimeters in from there. So we will make, oops, I got out of my, where's my sketch? There we go. So I'm going to make this a regular line, and this one's going to be, oops, not a construction line, regular line. Why didn't that click? 140, and then this one is 138. No, that's going to leave 1 millimeter. 136? Because that gives me 2 millimeter of a sidewall. Yeah. I know geometry. I took geometry once. So 140 and 136, that gives us a 2 millimeter sidewall, which is what I measured on this piece of plastic right in front of me. And then we need the outside edges of a... Does this actually... No, this doesn't go over the radiator. Oh, it does a little bit. It's interesting. Only a little on the top and the bottom. So we need... a lot of weenie. He's weenied. 120 millimeter fan holes. I'm well weenied. One 20 millimeter fan holes. Images. We're gonna need, please Todd, no. 105. 105, 105. So we'll do another, do we need a construction or should I make it a regular? No, we need a construction line on that. It's these that might get filled in. But so what I'll do is I'll do another construction and pull it out. Look, that's the wrong one. Rectangle, center. Eckstein 68. Thank you for following. 105. Tab. 105. 15. Wait. 105. Enter. Those are 120 millimeter holes, and those are also going to be 4.8. So what I can do is I can just draw any random friggin' circle. Actually, it needs to be a non-construction circle. any rando circle, and then I'll use the equals function to make them all equal the same thing. You can see those are in blue because they're not driven dimensions. So from there, it's like when you trace something, it's all non-driven dimensions. And you need to find like a datum point where all of your dimensions are going to be driven from. Over to here, get that one, put it over there. All right, so all of our holes are for the same type of screw, which I'm probably going to have to measure because I think some of them need to sit flush. The ones from outside of the case, the 120 millimeter holes, don't need to be, unless I can't put the radiator first. The radiator has to come second because otherwise the fan holes don't fit. Although I could I could make two adapters. I could make one adapter that puts this all the way on the edge. Or I could just mount this with an adapter on it. Here's an idea. So if I put that all the way up on the edge like that, and I somehow figure out how to mount it with that hole right there. Reminds me of the Apollo 13 filter fix, adapting a square filter to a round hole. They were a little bit more clever because they had a certain set amount of materials, and I don't have a certain small set amount of materials. This is some hardcore PC building. It's never easy, man. It's never easy. Not around here, it's not. See, I could put this all the way up at the edge. These tubes aren't outside of the case, though, which makes that harder to run. If I do make it even, I mean, that could fit like that. It would still be up at the front of the case, but we could still get the grading over this with probably with a 3D print. It ain't fun if it's easy. Well, you know what? Exactly right. Whatever you do, don't turn on the fan. Okay, so if I do it like this, I do it flush, I think that's going to look kind of cool too. I could use one of the adapter pieces to go from end to end with this. And then the other one, I can do it maybe like a right angle or something like that. Get the tube out of there. You ever thought about hooking up with another maker and having somebody CNC some metal parts, custom cases, gears, rotors? Nah, I haven't really done that yet. I mean, I've got, like mods in the chat are working on CNC machines and stuff like that. I'm even reluctant to rely on that. I don't like to, obviously I would love to work with somebody else on something, but it's tough to do timing and scheduling and stuff like that. Yeah. I would rather just play games with other Twitch people. I think that's a lot easier to do. In terms of my own pacing for my own projects, some of the limitations that I like putting on myself have a lot to do with what it is capable for the average maker to do. The average maker does not have CNC. A lot of, it's getting cheaper. A lot of people have that. But I don't like relying on that kind of stuff because while it is great to make amazing things, you can see here I'm sitting atop a pile of trash. But I'm going to make that trash into a PC case because somebody with a mild budget can get all this stuff, not somebody with an advanced budget and incredible engineering skill. Now, the engineering skill plays into this in that I have an idea of the path that I want to go down. I have an experiential skill and I've got a bit of an engineering skill behind this, like the mindset that's been drilled into me on how to get things to work properly and be that detail-oriented about the stuff that I'm doing. But I like to make them seem at least fun, lend a bit of my personality into the projects, and have limitations set that make this more accessible to you guys. So that's where we are. I mean, chat donated a hot air gun, which is, I don't have a mild budget, I have a spicy budget. Man, I wish I had a spicy budget. My friends have spicy budgets and they've got stuff like night vision goggles and shit like that. But yeah, chat a little while back got kind of frustrated with what I was doing and the way I was doing it because I kept mentioning that I could use a hot air gun to do some of the stuff that I wanted to do. So they donated a hot air gun, and this is the Louis Rossmann special with the 45-degree angle tips, which apparently were one of the more expensive parts of it. And that hot air gun I use very sparingly. Like when I'm backed into a corner, I will use that on stream, because this is hundreds of dollars, and people just generally have a soldering iron. So I don't, you know, that's kind of where I like to stay kind of in there, right? Do you have I2C SPI and UART decoder on your scope? Yes. Yeah. With the DS1054Z, the Rigol DS1054Z, at least back when I bought it in like 2015, 14, I bought this scope because I figured I'd be doing more hardcore stuff for the job that I had. When I bought the scope, you could run you could look up codes online that you would enter depending on your serial number, and it would unlock this scope, which is totally unacceptable if you're using the scope to do like professional stuff. But if you're just a hobbyist, that gives you a lot of value out of a $450 scope. A lot of value out of that thing. Nowadays, I think there are better scopes, but I haven't looked into it because this thing is just, it just works. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. I also had, I wasn't done coughing, but I was about to start talking again. Another thing about this scope is that it is kind of loud out of the box. What you need to do is pull it apart and replace the fan in it with an Noctua. So I put a Noctua in there, a couple layers of VHB tape in order to hold it, because you want to move the fan away from the grating that it's on and replace it with a Noctua. What they did is Rigol was like, here's our scope, let's put a fan on it. And they just went and put the fan right on the side. In doing so, there's like grating in front of the fan, and it just creates turbulence and noise. So if you take that fan and you just move it a little bit away and you give it like a soft mounting and use a quiet fan, it drastically improves the amount of noise coming out of that frickin' scope. In terms of lifetime, I don't think it's affecting it at all. There's still air exchange from the inside to the outside, so I'm happy with it where it is. I really wish I would have paid more attention to my father's trade. He was a literal electronics repair person. Hey, man, that's a rare breed. Everyone going proprietary and disposable ruined his career. Yeah, that's what Louis Rossman's all about, man. The right to repair. I support that wholeheartedly. Yeah, I love that right to repair is coming back, and would love to get 3D printing. 3D printing is cool. It becomes your hobby for a little while. It becomes your hobby for a little while, and I had to improve my 3D printer to my heart's content by spending a lot of money on it in order to get it into its kind of Control P status, as I affectionately refer to it. Two things here. I think what I want to do... Well, okay, so there's two methods that I can go about this. I can put that right up here against the edge, and I can make the gap just right. What's the problem with your printer bed? My current problem is that one of the fasteners fell off. If I can adapt that to put this right up against the window, or if I just use the adapter that I'm about to make, I don't know how close in that'll get it, but that'll mount it somewhere internal like this. Yeah, I think I just print two of these adapters. I think I put one adapter on the inside here and then the other to the fan. Because otherwise it'll be too much space. The fan will space this out too far in and it'll get awkward. Get real awkward. Yeah, because that'll make it like significantly further in. If I do one adapter over here, that puts that there, and then this will stick out a little bit, but it'll be far less awkward for the tubes. There is, yeah, you can use Discord command. If I can move that in there far enough, then I will be able to put the grating all the way on the outside, because that'll take up the whole rail, basically. The thing that holds up that grating will take up the whole rail. Probably do this in orange, and then that grating will go most of the way down. It should probably go behind this, and then I can put tabs in it to try to mount this piece up, or I could put a mid-rail section that'll hold that up, kind of support it a little bit on this. Probably would be better if it was plastic, and I could actually make the rail kind of avoid the reservoir if I need to. Do I have a 3D model of this thing? I don't think I do. I can just go by the outer dimensions, and then these are fan dimensions to for the mounting holes in the back. Oh boy, this is gonna be a lot of dimensions and stuff to go into this 3D print. Let's worry about the fan adapter here first. So what kind of distance am I running between these things? So to get this thing a reasonable distance away, to the grid, I have blank dimension. Okay, blank millimeters, perfect. Okay, 14 minus, that can't be 5. There you go. 14 minus 2, 12 millimeters minus, what is the thickness of this stuff? I don't know if it's this. We'll bank on it being this. 14 minus 2 minus 1.5. 10.5. It's really 10.5 millimeters from this piece right here to this. Seems about right. Oh yeah, because there's this big space there. Yeah. All right, so we'll do it within 10 millimeter. Well, let's do 10.5. 10.5 millimeter spacer. That's the amount of space that we have to deal with. Should we get, I don't know if I want to get fancy about how the how we go from this shape to whatever shape that is, because this thing also has a circular opening. So if it also has a circular opening, I don't really see what the need is for fancy shapes on this. Although the radiator has a square opening, so if we go square opening from the radiator to whatever circular hole we have, yeah, I guess we'll just deal with that. Okay, all right. Square to circle. Man, I haven't done this before in CAD, so I don't really know how to do this, but I think we can just do like a draft kind of thing. So on the 140 millimeter, our outside is a 140 by 140. Duh. So let's put a non-construction line. No. Center. Rectangle. Center. Take that out. And that's 140. Tab. 140. Enter. So that is our outer radius. That's the circle that we have to get to. Yikes. What is that inside circle? That's not 140, is it? It is actually. Yeah, it is actually. They planned for 140 millimeter square ones. Squircle? Squaricle? Square circle? Squircle. Squircle. Okay, so if the outer holes get the square, the inner holes get tabs. How are we going to do that? Well, it's going to make it a pain in the ass for me to highlight all of the tab pieces, but if I want them to be done in fewer operations, I can just do a center-to-center slot, but it's going to create all these crosshatches that I need to work around. But I guess that works. So center to center. And then I need enough room on the outside for the fastener. The fastener can stick out beyond the thing. I can just have it sticking out beyond that. In which case, the outer of this thing is 7.5 would probably be opening for that. So let's go with 8. This is where my sketch becomes a little bit overpopulated, and I should probably make 2 sketches, but I can't be bothered. If I really wanted to, I could do a 7.5 circle around that and have the screw heads go into the material, but I don't think that's really going to be necessary. Actually, nowhere on this will those screws have screw heads on them. Oh no, from the other side. But that can just stick up from the other side. That doesn't really matter. Yeah, so that's totally fine. We actually have to support the 120mm fan on this end, which is actually a circular fan, so it doesn't matter if I have a flat plate there or not. What dimension did they go with? 11.2. All right, well, let's make them 11 then. Let's just match whatever this fan has. So much for being efficient. What happened? Whoa. And actually, what I should have done is the driven dimensions, but I didn't do that. I did 2 separate ones, which is dumb. Hello, I'm dumb. 11. So whatever. Yeah, that's fine. So that's basically, we're just basically recreating this face there. So, all right. Good enough for me. Is that all we need? I should have some space for this. If this is going to draft from here to here, I need something that this is going to mount to on the outside. Wait, that's for the radiator. And that tab is 8.3. Make it 8.5. So I need an 8.5 circle around that. How am I going to do that? Let me think about that real quick. Because the outer dimensions of the wall, that's going to immediately draft up. If I give it an 8.5 circle coming down, it might be a little wasteful for the print. Where's 8.5 get us? It gets us to there. I'm just wondering what this thing is going to print like. It's going to use up a whole lot of support material. I guess I'm okay with it doing that. I just, you know, I don't know. It feels kind of wasteful. Why am I individually doing this? I just want to do it quickly. Because like if this drafts upwards towards this piece, that's going to be something like 10mm. These are all the decisions that were made for me in the Thingiverse part. Actually, these come in from above, so we'll still need to have, I mean, that 8.5mm can be the pad for the circle too, or for the, sorry, for the screw. In which case, these are not 4.8. Yeah. Man, I'm dumb. All right, these would be 5.2. Go. Because, yeah, those go through there to the radiator. Through there to the radiator, through there to the radiator, etc., etc. I could make another circle on this. No, that would be too big. Chamfer that hits that, comes up to there. Thinking about shapes. See, so 3-point arc, start here, go here. That'll still need thickness though. Yeah, that's not gonna create the right shape. I'm jealous of your 5 icons on the taskbar. Wow, what do you got? You don't need that many icons on the taskbar. Taskbar, flashbar, wamba wamba. How do you make like a weird shape that like goes over to that? I'm trying to like think about this spatially, like how I want to have one piece merge into the other. Now I know there are ways of doing that in AutoCAD. Oh, you have a lot of applications up at the same time. Gotcha. Trying to keep it simple, you know? Nice and simple. I think I need an inner radius from the outside in order to start the part. I'm trying to think of how I can do this. Or I can mold it out as a solid and then hollow it out. Is that gonna work? Can I do that? Is that legal? I'll probably do it as a big chunk and then hollow it out. And then sort of like mill out the different features that I need. I'm gonna burp. Oh man. Okay, let me see what happens if I just do this as a solid piece. So I'm gonna finish this sketch, then just extrude the solids that I think I need to be 10 millimeters out. Well, that thing's gotta go up to there, and then that thing's gotta be at 10 millimeters. It's like I need this to go halfway up. I know, that's what it felt like. Those need that. I'm just going to take everything up to that distance. $10 millimeters from that to that. How do you do that? Parameters, draft, scale, chamfer, fillet, press, pull. I could go into mesh editing. I don't know if I should. Thicken. Unstitch, stitch, extend, trim. So this is getting into some of the tools that I'm not used to using, which is where yeah, I'm not great with this stuff. Loft. That's what I want. I think maybe I want to unextrude that. And I want to loft. Profiles. This, what do we, The operation failed. Okay. How do I use the loft tool? I need an offset plane in order to do that. Do I need 2 sketches? Should I do 2 sketches? So I could do another sketch. Yeah, I think I need to start with an offset plane, don't I? Offset plane from here. That's going to be 10 millimeter up. And then I can do a sketch on the... no, messed up. Control Z. So create a sketch, offset plane, and then I'm going to project the stuff that I need 10 millimeter away. Maybe not the screw holes, because I'll just bore those out later. Don't need... All right. We're not going to cooperate. Can I not select? All right, I'll just do all of it. I don't know if this is going to mess with it or not. Actually, wait. I don't need these to be molded. Those can just be straight up and down from there. So basically just that one. And then I'll use that to hollow it. Yeah, because I can extrude that down. If I extrude that down and then I use the... No, because the hollow will create... I'm trying to think of how I can do this. The sidewall would be created... I probably just need to do a second loft, right? I thought I could use the hollow out tool in order to do it, but I don't think so. So yeah, I'll just take those 2 circles. take the two circles and then, yeah, okay, we'll try this. We'll try this. Now I got two sketches. What are you gonna do now? All right, so if I create loft from here, 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 and here, and take it all. Take all of it in. Don't even bother. Not you. I love how it's like, oh, you want to select that? Everything exploded. Hold on, cancel. We gotta be wary of what we click on now. Loft. You. Not you. Actually, yeah. No, we want the whole thing. I want it all. Closed profiles cannot be coplanar for a loft. What? Am I supposed to just be clicking the outside or individually loft them? Oh boy, I gotta learn how to use these tools, huh? Select the wrong one. Whoop, wrong one again. Yeah, none of it. Okay, all right. I kind of messed that up. A point profile can only be used as the first or last. I don't know what that means. Canceled. So let's try it again. Do I need to just give the outer edge and then loft it to the inner edge? I think probably. So create loft. And now what do I choose as the next profile? That? Aha! There we go. Aha! Yes. I figured you out, CAD program. You seem to be doing things clumsily. Really, really clumsily. Really, really clumsily. Really clumsily. So do I need to give it a rail or something like that? Probably need to give it a rail. Yeah, that's ugly. That's ugly as hell. That's ugly as hell. If I give it like a, I don't know, like a chamfer profile or something like that. Yeah, because none of my options seem to be doing anything. Or I could give it a, like another profile that it would sweep through, but... Project all of the first sketch? What do you mean? Like every single surface inside of here? Because I think it wants lines in order to loft between, right? Or do you think that'll... If I take it all and I loft it all, it'll create a big solid? Well, my wrist has been in a weird position with the computer right here. All right, let's see here. I mean, I could always just, well... All right, let's see here. So, create a loft. Dear God, there's so many errors. Uh-oh. I killed it. Yeah, it sure does look like one errors. Oh, there it goes. It's just not happy with me until I hit this button. Oh, jeez, calm down. All right. Boy, I did not enjoy what I did to it just then. You know what? It's gonna be easier if I just pull up a little video. Yeah, I don't know if the profiles are gonna look very good with Loft. I could just project like something across, but dear God. So that's using rails. So you have oval, and then you add rails to it, and that will loft it using the rails. That's what I was thinking I might need to do, is create a line between the... Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Get out of here. Yeah, so he's driving the loft command by giving it a profile in between. So that gives it a center line. Our center line is going to be a straight line. So giving it rails... That's a different story. And I wonder if maybe I could just like project it onto the floor. Nah. So I would need something like let's see here. Surface. Modify. Where are the three-dimensional lines that I need? Those are around here somewhere. Yeah, the other way, extrude the main body and subtract what I don't want. But I feel like I need a profile for... Yeah, no, I think I can figure this out. Nope, no, don't want to do... I don't want the sheet metal tools. See, I haven't ventured out into this part of AutoCAD. I'm happy in the little area that I'm in, just, you know, doing what I do. So it's interesting to kind of take it out into this kind of stuff and see what I can come up with. Where is that thing? It's the way you make wires and stuff. You do a construct. Point along path. No. 3D sketch in a sketch? Is that in the sketch tool? I thought that there was a different command out here for a three-dimensional sketch line. But maybe not. Base feature. No. Sheet metal and tools. Yeah, that's okay. See, I need to go into one of the sketches. I'll make it sketch 2. Where is my sketch? Jesus Christ, there it is. Why did it zoom in on that portion of the thing? All right, so... Is that really where I can find three-dimensional... I don't know if that's where I find this. Because like if I go to the sketch tools, I create a line, and none of that stuff exists in my drawing. It's not like I can throw it onto 3D sketch and sketch, open a sketch, check 3D sketch on the right of the palette. Aha! Ah, thank you. Yeah, it's the stuff that you miss under your nose, right? So if I wanted to take that pattern and go to that point, what kind of a profile do I want it to take? Top here. Oh, I see. When I finish the sketch, it'll activate it. Well, I still want to project something up to the top, which would be the center of this. So I can actually start on the intersection of that and the hoop. I hate this part. This is where I have several lines that are on top of one another, and I need to somehow find the one that I'm trying to use. In order to do that, I need to be right on the correct pixel. This drives me crazy. Like, if I wanted to just select this one, I could go outside here, but the one that I want to select is the one that's inside. For no particular reason in this example, but it's also just an example of me being very annoyed about not being able to select. Come on, man. Sometimes there's just like one pixel that I can find. All right, I'll do the one on the outside. Now I can't deselect it. God damn it. All right, P for project. All right, good enough. No, changing the angle doesn't do anything because it will not select. The two lines that I was trying to select are right on top of one another in the drawing. Okay. Anyway, the point is that now I've got this intersection right here that I can select to sort of drive a plane profile and see how that works. I really am just playing around with this stuff. I just want to see how it works. All right, so we've made that sketch in 3 dimensions. And now... All right, do I have to go back into the sketch in order to 3-dimensionally put a line down? Indeed I do. I don't just want a straight line out of that. So create, I don't know, if I make a 3-point arc, I wonder if I can get that to align properly. Oh boy, Bezier. We're going Bezier. Well, if I offset that downwards, then I could probably drive it with something like this. Although I think I'm bending it to the sides, yeah. Yeah, see, I'm bending it to the sides. But if I take it there, then oh no, that goes down. That goes down into the thing. Oh God, my axes! Don't touch those buttons. Hold down the left mouse button on the line. That doesn't work in the sketch mode. Wait, we are in the sketch mode right now. So if I try to select, if I go, it doesn't work in the projection tool. P for project, right? And then I want to project this line. Let's say I want to project this line. If I right-click, it does not pull up the different lines that are on top of one another. Here, wait, this line, I can't get to it. Hold on. I'm trying to pull up my example, because there's always the suggestion. Why don't you just do it this way? And all your problems will melt away, but it doesn't work. Project this line, not the one outside of it. Here's me holding down right-click. See, it doesn't have anything for me. That doesn't even pull up that menu properly. So yeah, it doesn't work. All right, so anyway, I want to make an elegant line from one piece to the next. Do we abandon 10 millimeter? I think I want to keep 10 millimeter, right? Keep it at about 10 millimeters thickness. So in that case, my offset from sketch to sketch needs to be a little bit smaller. It needs to be 8 millimeter. So the offset plane command I can go back to. Oh yeah, I'm still in a sketch, by the way. I need to finish sketch, get out of there. go back to this, and let's make it 8 millimeters so that I have a 2 millimeter plate underneath it. So then from that 8 millimeter, from the 2 millimeter block, we're going to go up 8 millimeters and create our top. Should we have 2 millimeter on top of that for, yeah, for tools and for screw holes and stuff. So 6 millimeters is actually now what we're dealing with. We got 2 millimeter at the top, 2 millimeter at the bottom. That's going to give our thickness for screws to bite into stuff. And then, yeah, we should be pretty good with that. I mean, I could make it like 1 millimeter if I really wanted to pick and choose, but I think this will be okay. Total Combat. How you doing? Took me a minute. I want to have a bit of a draft between the two, like have it sweep into the other one, just so that I don't know, it looks pretty, but also so that there's like air can move in that space. I thought would be kind of neat. So that's why I'm doing this. So I need to make a 3-dimensional sketch line. If I go to sketch 2, yeah, since we edited the things in the timeline, that means that they're going to be in the appropriate spots. And now I can go flatly from one to the other. So if I create, I don't know what I want to create. I don't think a conic curve would really do it. Splines are usually the way to go. If I spline this thing from this intersection to that corner, try tangent loft once the loft is made. Yeah, maybe that's the way to go. Oh, spline expects 3. Damn it. Fuck splines. All my homies hate splines. 3-point arc? Try reticulating your splines with a dingle arm. What if I go here to here to here? Oh, damn it, I clicked escape. That was the wrong one. Create, spline, fit point. I have not done this before, so this is all new to me. See, these are on the same plane, so that's not really going to work out. I think I just want one spline. Create spline, 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 spline. Okay button. Now it's just a straight line. That has absolutely no operating parameters. Here, wait. These are what I'm looking for. You are supposed to allow me to drag and drop and edit the spline, and it's not doing anything. Those little green handles, these are supposed to allow me to edit the spline's parameters, but I'm having a little trouble. They're not quite working out for me. I know. It's like I need to have like a little depth on this thing and then go from one to the other. I remember reticulating splines from Sims 1 loading messages. Was that a thing? I don't remember that. I didn't play much Sims 1 though. Look at that. They put the command right there to like make fun of you. All right, whatever. Just we're just arcing it. Oh, and SimCity as well. I don't know. What do we do? 3-point tangent center. If I go from there to here. I just put that there. Then that's going to create like a sweep. Jorgen 1040. Thank you for the sub. The question is if I have to make 4 of these. Because, like, that's not so bad. Is it? All right, let's put Jorgen 1040 up on the board. I'm trying to do this, like, fancily, you know? I'm trying to make it look good. I don't have to. I could have just extruded a bunch of stuff and, like, stapled it together, you know? Oregon 1040. There you go, right near diarrhea runs in the family. All right, welcome to the board, man. Thank you so much. You do that exact thing on a Mac and get the context menu up while projecting. Could be that the buttons are swapped on Windows and it's a right click. I'm not sure. Yeah, there you are. That's a good spot. You're by the Beatus. Here, let me take a look. So if I go to top view, there should be, are we in perspective? Yeah, okay, there, orthographic. And then I go to the accursed spot, which is where there's multiple lines coming in through here. And I hit P for project, and I right click and hold. Ah, son of a bitch. Okay, it's left click and hold. There it is. I didn't think that was possible. All right, so that works. So it's left click and hold. Interesting. Well, now I know how to do that. That's going to save me a lot more time. Because before I was sitting here just like, okay, if I move it over 1 pixel, it'll select the whole thing instead of part of it. See that? Look, 1 pixel difference. So yeah, it's the whole Windows to Mac thing. All right, so is that going to look hideous if I draft it that way? I think it is. I think it's still going to look hideous if I draft it that way. And the arc meets up like somewhere around here, and that kind of goes probably below the plane a little bit. What do you guys think I should do? Well, I could just try it. So I'm going to mirror that. And I'm going to mirror it on... I'm going to mirror this three-dimensional thing. Let's see if this works at all. It doesn't let me select it. I can't select it. Darn it. I was really hoping that I could mirror that. Yeah, it won't let me select the three-dimensional thing to mirror. Oh well. Create circular pattern off of that line. Center point. Hue. Quantity 4. Do I need all 4, or should I just Yeah, the bottom square has a thickness. What I've done is I've left 2 millimeter for the bottom and the top in order to create the thing. I don't know, let's give it a shot. So loft. That's not, no, okay. Surface, loft. So I want to loft all of these guys. Just select them all. And then I want to loft them to, not each other, I want to loft them to there. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Loft, command, cancel. Oh boy. Do I have to do them like individually? I don't think so. Oh, I didn't even finish the sketch. Hold on, finish sketch. There we go. Create. Loft. Nope. And then rails. Let's do all of them? No, it just did the one. So I need to select all of my rails. I wish these were editable. Something weird's going on over there. Yeah, it's like... it's a little messed up. Nope. Look what it did. Who told you could do that? Bust out like that. Hideous. May not get a tangent, so use direction. What does that do? I don't even know what that does. Need more rails. I know, right? I guess maybe I do just need a flat rail on the edges. Because then it'll draft it over to that shape. This seems a little bit strange. I think maybe I need to rethink how I'm doing this. I don't know. What do you guys think here? I mean, I think it's not at the end of the world if I just go straight down on, like straight down with it. And then I could maybe make a cut profile or something like that. With the lofting tool, maybe. Connected to direction doesn't appear to be doing much, although, you know, it's not like it's the most informed way to do it of all. This is getting a little sloppy. Let me make this into a solid. Let's just do normal extrusions. Let me just Control Z my way away from this. Boop, boop, boop. I've never used these tools before, so obviously I'm not good at it. I think it's demonstrably true that I'm not good at it. So I will leave the two sketches on the offset planes. I'll get rid of that line. And I just want to build this up. I want to see what this looks like when I just build up the solids. Now I'm going to leave it solid in the middle for right now. We'll see if we can like whittle away what we need to whittle away on this. So what I'm selecting right now is the bottom sketch. Let's not view the top sketch for now. We'll see if I can take control of this from here. This shouldn't be that complicated, but it was it was taken over and I didn't really know what I was doing. I need to play with the tools a little bit more. So I'm going from the profile plane down 2 millimeters. Actually, I don't need these. You, and you. -2. Look at that. Beautiful. That. Now we're coming up to the other side. Or rather, this is the top, right? Oh, we're in orthographic. Okay, there we go. Man, orthographic really messes with your head after a little while. Like when you get used to seeing stuff in orthographic because you can't be bothered to do things the proper way, it really starts to screw with your perception of everything. Top piece, extrude. You. Oh yeah, I can't do that way. Maybe the sketch is not needed at the moment. So extract. Extrude. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna take all of this stuff. Do I extrude that to the top layer though? Or do I do like a chamfer between them? I don't know if that'll work. Basically, I'm just recreating the body of the other one. I actually want the whole thing, don't I? Well, if I want to do the two solids that I want to join up, then it would be this, but the offset for this would be 6 millimeter. And then I want it to go 2. But I also don't want this stuff. Well, we're extruding it with that, so I'm just going to include it. I probably shouldn't. I just click on that entire solid. No! I hate it when it does this! No! Cancel everything. I'm trying to think of how I'm gonna put this together. See, look, when it does that, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm leaning on the control key. You, and you. Okay, then extrude. I keep saying extract when I hit E, which is not the command. Not the appropriate command. Yeah, if anybody has a good idea of how to do this, I'll take suggestions at this point. Offset 6 by 2. This is basically the two things that we need to meet up. And like, this doesn't even need to exist. And it should be a wall around that area, but it doesn't need to have the interior stuff. Not accept suggestions of using another CAD software. Yeah, no, you don't have to kick people. Just don't do that. Have you considered using Magic? Magic is a very special kind of CAD that has consequences associated with it. So yeah, the point is that I need to draft from one piece to the other. What if I include all this stuff in the draft? Like the tabs? Maybe that would give it more to kind of like chew on when going from thing to thing. Let me give it like an outer radius. Yeah, I have an idea. Okay, it'll require just a little bit more artwork on my part. So if I go back to sketch 1 and I give this whole thing 138 by 138 rectangle. What is this shit doing in here? Oh god. Oh, let's undo the, well, I'm in sketch 1. Why is it giving me like a sketch plane thing? This is going to be a cursed drawing by the time I'm done with it. 138, 138. Actually, wouldn't it be 6 by 6? Yeah, 136, 136. That gives me a 2mm wall around everything there. And then hit the chamfer button. Like, comment, subscribe. I know your constraints blow up when you do that. This thing is... I don't know why they don't consider the constraint to be somewhere in the middle of the rectangle, you know? When you get rid of the corners, it's suddenly like, I can't with the constraints, no. So that'll give me a little 2mm wall that'll support everything. And actually, you know what? I kind of want that to touch. Control Z. Z, Z. So what is that chamfer? I could do that with it. It's better to do it with the 3D tools because then it doesn't blow up all of your dimensions, but... $30? $29? I guess $29. $29. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right. Oh, 27. Thanks for choosing that for me. Jeez. It's just like when you chamfer in the 2D drawing, it just ruins everything. Just gives you all these warnings for constraints. Yeah, it's going to be a weird looking loft, but I think it'll be okay. Okay, so from there, I'm going to extrude. this outer ring, -2. Those should be construction lines, actually. Hold on. I just wanted to make sure that they had enough space for, like, screws to grip. Actually, that's the fastener size. Does the fastener need to go through anything on these? These are for the larger... Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, but I don't really know what the size of all that stuff is on this. This is actually much smaller than 8.5. .8. 5.2. I think that's going to cover a whole bolt. All right, hold on. I got the wrong fastener on the wrong thing. I got to measure it out now. So what do I got? Let's see. I've got these cap heads that are kind of close to what I'd like to use. I think these have the right size screw head on them and everything. The right size cap head, all that stuff. Actually, avoiding the cap head is going to be one of the constraints on this thing, too. Yeah, those are the right size. I think these are M3. So I need to size this to M3, and then I need to give space for the cap head. I'll probably have to end up machining out some stuff on that. 3mm, and then the cap head is 5.2. So actually, that's good. 5.2 for the cap. And then the inside is going to have to be 3. So let's turn this to 3. 0.2, and we'll make this 5.4. I want to give it plenty of room, so... Oh, wait, I need to keep that 5.2. Shit. This is where all those equals things come to bite me in the ass, huh? I can always break down the codependency. I'll do that some other time. Right now, I just want to play with the tools. Anyway, so 3.2. Whoops. 3.2. I got a soda right next to the keyboard, and I'm trying not to knock it over, so it's kind of restrictive when I do the number pad. How do you guys say streets? Streets? Do you pronounce the T? Because apparently one of the Philly accent things is to say S-C-H-R-E-T-S. Streets. S-C-H-R-E-C-H-S. Whereas other people say streets. No, streets. Streets. Streets ahead. Okay, this is looking dumb. This chamfer looks dumb. It looks dumb, and everyone should feel bad. All right, yeah, streets. This looks dumb, and I feel dumb for making it. Kind of want to pull that up into there. How do you change the dimension of the chamfer? Doesn't let you. I want to Control Z all the way back there. God damn it. I don't know how to do that. Well, I guess we'll deal with it the way it is, huh? I'm trying to make a fan adapter that I can 3D print, but it seems like it's being a dick. All right, so let's try to extrude this. Problem is, if I have to come back and edit any of this, this is why like the process with me at least is like I need excuse me, hold on. I need to like do the thing and put it all together and then figure out what method I used in order to put it all together and what works. And then I need to do it again in order to clean up all the garbage that I end up generating by all the attempts. A lot of clicking the same thing over and over again. Oh, dear God. No. Fucking goddamn it. Start over. I don't think a fillet would look very good. It's really just an aesthetic choice, to be honest. Yeah, I've had this cough for quite some time. It's just like allergy related. It's just allergies. Ain't no COVID. CBL89, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. This isn't the most exciting Friday we've ever had. I was thinking about whether or not I should be taking apart Groovy Something's RC car stuff today. Try to take a look into some of this. I'm also allergic to COVID. Well, and the thing is, the Delta variant for people who are vaccinated seems like it comes on as allergies is what people interpret it as. But I haven't had a temperature or fatigue or anything like that. The only fatigue that I am experiencing is because I actually woke up at a normal human being time this morning, trying to get back into that so that I have time in the morning to get on an exercise bike, start to lose some of the fucking giant keg that I've got sitting in front of my body. But yeah, anyway, the cough is pretty much just allergies. I've just been in a basement for too long. But anywho. All right. So I've established the 2 locations that I would like to draft to. So can I do an inner and an outer draft? See, the thing is, like, this would almost need to go, like, straight up and down. I could almost, like, extrude that. Just extrude and chamfer it. Just fillet the outer edge. If I did that, I wonder what would happen. Hold on, let's take a look. Well, actually, filleting it would bust it out, wouldn't it? It would bust it out into the outer things. Just for the sake of example. Oh, wait, no, that's not going to work out, is it? If I extrude this, not this. No, that doesn't really work. Yeah, I'm going to have to draft. So, loft or draft? What does draft do? Where does draft do? Well, there's the other loft command. I guess it's also in the solids menu. I spent the corona time losing weight. I should have, man. If we had known how long it would have gone on for. Can't really figure out how to do that. Draft gets players on your football team. Aha! Yes. How do I join these two together in kind of a sweeping, twisting, jerking motion? I don't mind if it adds material up here, but what I need is like a 3-dimensional form that's gonna go from one to the other, right? You think loft inside faces. So create loft. I can do that? Hello. Oh dear God, what has happened? No, Control Z. This is my inside face. It's not letting me select it. Hold on. Yeah, it really doesn't want me to select that inside face, huh? Well, it tried. Faces that face each other? Ah, hold on, I'm gonna cough again. Man. Okay, so you're talking about... Well, it hated it. I take external vitamin D, brunch noodles. I didn't do anything. Why didn't do anything? This for SketchUp I could help? Yeah. Well, yeah, SketchUp is neat. Could do what I tried to do earlier and just make a curve between them and then just have it extrude around a curve, but... Because, like, it would have to get thin on the profile. So if I cancel this, let's, this is the surface menu, this is the solid menu, the loft here probably expects a solid, I don't know, what if I do, well, let me do edges. No, it definitely wants profiles. And if I go to here and here, what the hell is that even doing? It's not really doing anything. Tangent. Yeah, this is cursed. Cannot be created. Try changing the inputs, swapping profiles for rails or center line. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't have any rails. Get out of here. You think the holes are messing it up? Okay, the holes will cause you problems. Okay, so let's edit the, that's a good point, and I didn't think of that. Deselect you. I want you. And you. And you. You. Okay. Okay, and then go to the next one. And you. And you. This one. And then this one. Okay. All right, no holes. Loft. From you. To you. It hates it. So you're talking about the overall inner holes too? Yeah. Cancel. Bop. Oh, so many things that I have to click. Click, click. Click all the things. Everything gets clicked. Click them all. If I can get this to work, I think we'll break until Tuesday, and then I can work out some of this shit. Get to 3D printing it all. I'm sorry about Thursday, but if I keep doing the makeup game, the catch-up game, I'm gonna run into trouble with burning out. And to be fair, like, a lot of streamers hold themselves to these schedules that are just untenable. Like they're like, I'm so sorry I missed a stream. I'll do 2 makeup streams as a result, and then they end up being like 2 weeks later, you get like the, yeah, I'm burnt out, I can't keep streaming message. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that to myself. The missed stream is a missed stream. So I will, of course, you know, I do want to pick up a Saturday at some point, but that's not gonna be for a little bit. All right, I need to click on a million things. We still got plenty of time today, though. But yeah, so what I want to do is like kind of work this out and get this working, and then yeah, you don't owe us anything. I feel like some streamers have, like, some streamers that I've sort of like watch. I can't say no because they don't know me. They don't know who the fuck I am. Because I like just watching Twitch. But like I feel like some excuse me. I feel like some of those guys just don't, they read their agreements improperly. Like they think that because it takes a certain amount of time streaming per week to partner, that you still need to hold up that schedule, and that's not. Twitch is not in the business of unpartnering people. I've almost never seen that. So, you know, if you go under your time, it just means you're not making as much money because you don't get as much exposure to people on the platform, which I'm not after, you know, riches and fame. All right, so no holes in the middle. Loft from there to there. Well, it did it, but at what cost? What the fuck? What is this shit? It's not even, it's not even elegant. Oh my God. Cancel. We'll try it again. Takes a lot for Twitch to unpartner or even unaffiliate. Yeah. There to there. Okay, let's see. Tangent. Well, Tangent almost got it. It almost did what I wanted it to do. It's a little weird. Which for some reason it's insisting on coming out from that edge and then not matching that. Oh dear Lord. That's kind of what I wanted. The loft would flow in an invalid direction. What are you talking about? I mean, I want this to be a little bit more organized with the way that it does that. Oh, I see. I can just do this until it meets a good line there. But now all four of them are going to be different because I don't have like a... I've not had a chance to stream for over a year due to poor internet, and I still have my affiliate. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying is in comparison to what I've heard from other streamers who are talking about like, you know, I got to make up the time to you guys. And I think their primary motivation behind something like that is more than likely just to get time in so that they're... Oh, shit. What have I done? I can't believe you've done this. Just that whole time in equal to time out kind of thing. But I think I've messed this command up pretty righteously at this point. I don't know why I can't get snap points in order to connect one piece to the next. Jeez, it is just breaking as I try to do this. Shorty did a stream the other day, didn't he? I don't remember. What in the fuck? Yeah, I don't know, man. This command is kind of messing with me. Yeah, I know. We're playing around, really, to be honest. If I really wanted to make this adapter, I guess I need to think of another way to make this adapter, and I could probably like do a different type of draft in order to get one piece to the next. Because like this stuff is getting a little weird. This is getting a little weird. Like, what else can we... I mean, there's tangent. Oh, there we go. 2 tangents. That looks nice and clean suddenly. Oh, God, that looks terrible. Curvature. No. Interesting. Yeah, it's, I don't know. The points that it's chosen to draft from are a little weird. Let's just try it. I don't know. Oh wait, this is still the messed up one? Oh no, it's just I didn't do this one. You come with me. You're coming over here. God, it's like shrink wrapping. I don't know. It looks a little weird, right? Can you not draw individual edges and then fill the face borders with the chosen edges? I could probably do it in such a way that, like, yeah, I would fill down to the other piece and then make like a curve that I can wrap around it. Yeah, this looks like a vacuum form kind of thing. I don't know. I could go like this. Oh God, it looks vacuum formed. It really does. I don't know why it went in on these areas. I guess it didn't. Oh, if we change the material, it's not going to look as stupid. Appearance, let's just do gray plastic. I should choose gray plastic as my default material, to be fair. Plastic, we want opaque. These menus suck. Opaque, not gloss gray. I want matte gray. There. Now it won't be as reflective on the weird parts. We can see what it looks like a little better. And did it go? AutoCAD, why? Fusion, what are you doing? Would you say you were about as proficient in Fusion as you were AutoCAD? No, I'm much more proficient in Fusion. But they're like the same. I just have used Fusion a lot more. Why did you do this? What prompted you to do this? I have an idea. Actually, Step Fusion, what are you doing? I'm stuck. I know how we can do this. It's all about telling the CAD what you want it to do. And I have not been doing that. I've been giving it a weird set of instructions this whole time. I need to take the second one here, and I need to get rid of these tabs, because these tabs are going to be added in later. Although I could keep them. I'll keep the tabs. Let's keep the tabs just for the sake of argument. So I keep the tabs, and I take my offset down to 0, just like Captain Planet and Pollution. And I put the distance up to 8 millimeters, and now we're going all the way up to the top. Actually, 6 millimeters. We'll take it 86 millimeters. We'll take it up 6 millimeters, because those last two are going to be the ones that sort of smooth it out. And now we have two pieces here, and these two, well, it's technically one body. What I want to do is I want to draft from that top to the bottom. I think this will probably do it in a much more, not draft, loft, in a much more organized manner. It won't. It actually won't. It actually won't do that. It won't do what I just said I thought it would do. Well, what if I just do a little fillet? Maybe a chamfer. What's this gonna do? What? Why do you think it goes in? What do you think kind of game we're playing here? What is this? What the fuck? What do you... Okay. This is just comedy at this point. Oh, it's still two bodies. That's why. That's why. Join. There we go. Now it'll understand what I'm trying to do. Building PC, bro? Yeah, bro. Yep. That's what I'm doing. Do I want it filleted or do I want it chamfered? That's a good question. What do I want to do? I need a fan adapter, so I'm making one because I didn't like the one I found on Thingiverse. Turns out the thing on Thingiverse is a little bit more better design, but I'm still learning. I don't know what I'm doing, you know? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to try adding a flute player to these. Shamfir. See what See what happens when I chamfer them outward. If it might immediately break. Oh no, it cuts it. It looks like crap, but it cuts it. That looks like the kind of fan adapter that you used to be able to buy. Although something weird happened there. Now the corner type is not helping it at all. Well, if I was able to make that work a little better. I think it looks pretty cool. Well, look at what's happening right there at the top of that. That ain't right. That boy ain't right. Cancel it. Cancel it all. It almost did the right thing. What if I just take the outer edge and I humfer it? Until I get enough material that that post is covered. Which might not happen, but I'll try it. This is probably how other people have done this. I wouldn't know. I wasn't 3D printing in 2015. Oh my god. It's the slow zoom that gets you when you have to scroll the mouse wheel a bunch. Nothing happens. Six. There. She looking thick. Thick as a bowl of oatmeal. Let's change that angle. Really? Okay, apparently that immediately breaks it, even though it was able to do it the other way. 2 distances. Now we're talking. I've never heard of solve space, no. That's more like it, even though it's a little weird. A little weird, but it'll be all right. Everybody wants you to use their CAD program. Nope. I don't. Inside thickness, that would be 2 millimeter. It looks like a piece of sheet metal now. What did that do? Wait, why did it cut that like that? Oh, well, that's because I had that. No, I didn't have that size pad on there. Why did it cut that like that? Oh, no, that is because I had that. It just cut it on the other end. Huh. Well, I guess I can work with that. So let's redo that. And then I want to take the top piece and give it 2 millimeters. Bob Vila's home design. What are you smoking? Here, extrude. Oh wait, that's not the one that I want to extrude. No, that's a dead sketch. This one. Whatever fumes you've been exposed to, you might want to reevaluate. Or maybe not. Maybe they're good fumes. Maybe you like the fumes. Who am I to judge? Why does that have an... Oh boy, it's like asking me what angle I want to extrude it at, and I don't. So from there, I want to do... We'll do an offset just because I happen to know it's 6. And then I want to do it for 2 millimeter. And then, got to take another extrusion here. Quick little extrusion break. And then we're just going to cut that out of everything. It looks a little weird. Oop. Missed the thing. I missed the thing with the thing when I did the thing with the thing. We'll do that, and then I select that. Click OK. All right, there we go. It's close to what I wanted, and I need to build in the. Let's get another extrusion from this sketch. Extrude. Now the problem is if I just do that and that. These have to come in from the other side, right? I think, no, they don't. I could fill that in too. I don't know if I could get it to draft the same way though. I mean, it's close. It's not entirely what I was hoping for. It's close. I could include that top 2 millimeters in the extrusion though. You know, because I don't necessarily need it to stick out like that. Oh God, there's gonna be so much support material no matter how I print this. This is just using a chamfer. It would have a little bit more room to for air to spread out. Not that that's needed though. We really only need it to be like structure. I mean, I could do it as a flat plate as well. And then I guess that would be okay, but there wouldn't be any room for air to get to the outer fins. Not that that matters. Nobody really cares about the outer fins. That would actually 3D print. But yeah, I need the screw posts on the inside, which I could create and then just have just a ridiculous amount of support material. What's the distance from, let's see, from here to here? 10 millimeter. Okay, so that's what I wanted. Yeah, those outer fins. Is that the Danes? Is that, I don't know. We've lost a lot of the Scandinavians. I think they're all dead. I think they all went to sleep. All got carbon monoxide poisoning in their sleep. Or they're still awake. Those guys never sleep, so it's fine. Join, and then I want distance. I want to object, and I'm going to choose this surface right here. But I'm probably going to have to change the command. Oh, you know what? Nope, that actually is not right. So this needs to go... that's not good. Well, if I go 2 millimeters symmetrical, and then I need to like cut it because that actually has to go through there and to the radiator. Yeah, okay, all right. I'm starting to figure this out. Hold on, give me 1 sec. So if I go 2 millimeter in that direction, click OK, and then I go extrude this from an offset of 2 millimeter. Good Lord, 2 millimeter. Really? Really, you're gonna work in this direction instead of the negative 2 millimeter? It needs to be like 3. Oh yeah, you know what? It's 4 because yeah, that's where the screw head's gonna hit. All right, 4 millimeter, and probably need to cut the whole thing, but see, that becomes the screw post. Ah, damn it, I missed something. Well, that's the idea anyway. Outer fin reporting in. Rest in peace, Scandinavia. Yeah, they're all druggers. Yeah, they're all keeping those candles lit, keeping that fresh fruit inside of an ancient tomb. I don't know. It's coming together a little bit. So these will be fan screws coming in from probably the other side, actually. So I might need to put a little gap distance in there so that this has material, and so that the screw can get through there and still bolt to the fan. One thing about the definition of Scandinavia changes when you ask. Some say it's Sweden and Norway, and others include Denmark. Finland is not part of Scandinavia. Do we have to include the Danes, though? I don't know. I don't know. I think I should probably extrude that into the solid as like a pad. But that gets rid of a lot of the... No, it doesn't. Yeah, I think I need to alter that. So yeah, let's get rid of this and this. What's that one? That one we can keep. Okay. So if I extrude this and its little radius there, this and this guy, this and this, this and this, and I do it symmetrically. I've already got the 2mm there. Where does this? That starts, and then there's like a thing on top of it though. But if I use that to just like flatten this thing out, so I do symmetrical, and then I go 2mm. It is going to re-extrude the outer wall, but hard to see with the sketches in the way. But I mean, I don't know, I guess. It's a little weird, but I don't know. I don't know. Those the outer fringes aren't really going to matter that much, right? It's starting to look less good. It's starting to look like I kind of failed at this. I don't know. I'll keep it the way it is for now, just because it's a weird thing, and you know, print it in orange and it'll look cool. Make a pad for the screw though. So the pad for the screw, I'll just basically use the gap radius. Oh yeah, first of all, screw holes. Let's do those. So that and that. I'll probably have to alter the inner ones too. Really, to be fair, all I'm doing, I'm just playing with this. I'm just sort of playing around and seeing what works and what doesn't. What I can make look good, what doesn't look good, what look bad, what look not so good. You, and then we'll take you from, so start profile from object there, and I'm just gonna go like that. Okay, and there are the cap heads for attachment to the radiator. That is a 4mm thick pad. That is a lot of material there, but I guess that's all right. And it's gonna make a real thick outer border for the whole thing. I don't really think I need that much thickness. I mean, I could probably have, I could do the center out a little bit and then use 1mm on both sides. See, I just wanted to have the two pads, but if I did them like 1mm, I guess I could probably thicken it up a little bit, and then that fillet is going to be a little bit more profile-y, you know? It's weird that I couldn't use loft for any of this. Loft is like, literally the symbol for loft is a circle to a square. That is literally the logo that they use for the loft button, and yet it screwed up every single time I tried to use it. What an asshole. I don't know. I could just deal with the... I could deal with the sickness for the thickness. That's okay. Satana, indeed. I've forgotten that one feature. I will do another extrude. How did that even get formed? What did that form on? I guess it goes downwards. Yeah, weird. Loft should have done the trick. It's the lack of my own understanding of how this program works. It's definitely on me. My expectations are too lofty. That's a ban. You get banned for that. No, you don't. God damn it. Stupid dad jokes. All right, there. Yeah, that's. I mean, this is a little thick for the fasteners that I wanted to use. I could probably like extrude that deeper in order to sink the screw in a little bit more. But 4 millimeters, I'll just find. At least it'll use bolts that I don't typically use. Some cap head bolts, and that'll attach it to the outside of the radiator. And then I've got a slight loft going up to where the Noctua fan is going to interface with the thing, and those have similarly thick outer walls. So that'll just kind of like add to it. All that to just get that shape right there, huh? Not very elegant either. Oh well. I guess I could press pull the outer wall there. Nope, I can't. Everything explodes when I do that. What's happening here? That's gonna screw up my 3D printer. Oh no, I guess it's got a handle on it. It doesn't look bad. Hold on, sorry. God, where's this cough coming from? I don't know. It's just like, the heat and humidity around the Northeast gets to me pretty badly. I used to have terrible allergies, but the allergies have somewhat passed. Or they're somewhat a thing of the past, but it's not a corona cough. Get over yourselves. All right, so the cap heads on these screws are... I'm probably going to have to edit some stuff. Yeah, coughing all day today, but Northern California is a smokehouse. From my reporter in Oregon says that there's a lot of smoke out there. You stay careful there, Aphotex. I don't want any shit happening to you, and if any fucking shit happens to you, I'm going to throw a fucking fit. You don't even want to know. So you stay safe. All that fucking smoke in the air. You know what we're gonna do? I'm actually gonna make a pad for those that's above this, so that we have more material instead of less. Because if I gap this out here, then we're not gonna have enough material here. So I'm actually gonna take this. I could actually take that. No, let's do sketch number 1, and I'm going to extrude. Let's do this and this. And we'll go from the top body. And we'll just do a join operation on them. Did we already do that? We already did that. Grumpy old granddad, thank you for following. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll do from... I have to do a second extrude on this thing, just so that it goes the right distance. But if I did... No, if I did that extrude, it should be fine. Ugh. Well, whatever. I'm gonna have to do it again. I'll just do it again. Object, this thing, and then we'll go -2, -4. No, we're not cutting it. Joining it. Really? Wait a minute. Why does it have a little stupid little looking pad? Oh, I see, because it doesn't go all the way to the top. You son of a bitch. I don't want to, like, cover over all the work that I did on that. God damn it. Like, barely gives me enough room. Man. If that's 6 millimeters, is how much is actually going to go into the thing? Oh my god, there's no room for the threads. That doesn't work. That doesn't work! It screwed it up! We screwed it up! I should have actually kept the extrude operation. All right, fine. You mess with the cat, you get the claws. Here we go. I'm just gonna get rid of material. It's all I got. It's all I got. Nope. You. Not you. That's all I got. So I'll just go extrude distance to object, and we'll just go to here. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Control Z. All right, let's figure out how big the cap heads are. So the cap head needs what? 7.2? It needs like 7.5 at like just to fit nicely. So to fit nicely, it needs 7.5. I remember that these are 11, so we can make a couple circles on our sketch that are, oh God, why does it do that? It zooms us into a weird spot. So we can do 7.5 around these. So I'll make an additional circle, actually an additional slot. Now let's un-3D this sketch. Let's get rid of the 3D sketch. We don't need that anymore. Dear God, can I please see the thing that I drew? There we go. Jeez. So if I do another slot, that'll give me another area that I could put. Yeah, the wonderfully literal CAD program. 7.5. There we go. That's what we need for the cap head. It adds more lines to the sketch, which means you need to click more stuff in order to define all of your stuff. This is why projections exist, and they are time savers. Because as I add features to this, it starts to get really, really convoluted. Like if I wanted to redo the extrusions on this, I'd have to choose all these weird... I mean, we're working from one sketch. It's not exactly advisable. What are these? Oh, those are the radii of this. Okay, so finish the sketch. Now that we have all these ridiculous lines, I can now hit extrude this, and then I can come over here. Actually, is that gonna... That'll just hit that inner one. That's gonna have a weird step to it, isn't it? Now let's see what happens. So this and this. Dish and dish. And then this and this. And I extrude. Oops, not to E. Oh, God damn it. Here we go again. E. I hate it when he does that. Here we go again. I'm not going to be able to... What have you done? I can't believe you've done this. It actually chose the right object. I accidentally clicked the right object for it to extrude to, I think. Yeah, it did. Huh, that's nice. Okay, I get the sketch out of there because I can't see myself think. Slow zoom. Ah, balls. What's going on here? Oh, I see. The object that I chose to extrude to was the wrong one. Two objects. Let's go here. There we go. Blast it away. Now, I don't need this to be exposed, this inside part, but I'm leaving it for aesthetic purposes. It doesn't really matter. You know, I could just have this be the radius there, but it's okay because that makes that little 2mm wall pad that the fan will be on. And then this side, I'm going to use these. I don't know if I should continue to use them, but these are special fan screws. They're little button head or cap head, sorry, pan head fan screws that I like. I don't know how many of them I have. I'm going to be having to find more of them. Usually the fan screws are these big knurly, you know, outside edged. Dear God, that is a close view of something. That's right here. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. Yeah, it's all just dust in the end. It's all just going to the landfill when your next of kin finds it and goes, "Dear God, they lived like this." And they have a fun weekend of going through all of your dust, and then it's all gonna end up in a landfill. But anyway, this is like a cap head. fan screw that's got the big stanking topper on it. It's Phillips head. I like these. I don't know where I got them from, but I like them. So I'm going to try to use those in this. I'm going to need 4 more of them, though. Because, 4 of them will go probably nut and bolt to the outside edge. See, the thing is, this is going to screw in on one side and then screw to the radiator. And then on the other side, it's going to go through that and into a fan. So, or maybe from a fan and into that. If I did that from the other side, then I guess I could thicken this up a little bit. And I wouldn't have needed to gap it. I wouldn't have needed to gap it if I screw into this from the fan. Although wait, but these screws are designed to screw into the fan, so I'm probably gonna have to have 2 versions of this. I'll have to press pull this radius in and out depending on which one I'm doing, so that I can grip to that or have that gripped to from the outside. Or I will just put a very large M5 fastener on this side and have a nut on the other side. All right, well, we learned something today, and that's that loft is absolutely a piece of shit command that does not do what you want it to do. Dear Lord, does it not do what you want it to do. But now I have a solid appearance. By the way, it's been in the metal appearance this whole time. When you mess around with bodies, sometimes it forgets what the appearance is. I use matte gray for a lot of the stuff I do. It's like matte gray and matte red, just to give it a nice look. But definitely don't need to. But you know, you can choose whatever colors you want. I just think the plastics kind of make it look like what I'm eventually going to build. But I'll print it from the bed like this, which means that there will be a lot of support structure under here. Thickening that stuff up will kind of help it not be, you know, totally untenable. I could print these in gray since nobody's really ever going to see them. They're going to be between these things. Or I could print them in orange in order to try to tie together the look of the rest of the case. And hopefully being 10 millimeters thick means that they will space my stuff out so that this radiator comes right up to the edge only a certain distance, so we can design around that from there. Okay, so that's where I'm going to leave things. I think in the next hour I probably wouldn't be able to do a whole hell of a lot, which means that I guess we're on a slightly shorter stream. But yeah, from here, by the way, if you don't know, the way to get it into a slicer is just save as mesh. There's just like a menu for that. Save as mesh, and then you can choose what format you put it in. 3MF is apparently totally compatible with my slicer, which is Prusa. Prusa apparently just takes that. 3MF, STL is a binary, or STL is an ASCII. Now I've been doing STL... Actually, I've been doing STL ASCII. I should be doing binary or 3MF is more detailed, apparently. For me, it really doesn't matter as long as I have high refinement on. Like, I didn't touch any of the settings. All I did was go into Fusion and go, brr, save as mesh. Let's see what that looks like. And it was perfect. So that's how I get these into the slicer, which allows me to position them on the bed, and then I hit Control P, and it makes it eventually, you know? Or it makes a bunch of grinding noises, and then I have to go check on my 3D printer. And that's all I got, man. That's all I got for today. It'd be great if we did more stuff with this, but yeah, all we achieved is a slightly ramped edge for my fan adapter. That's good enough. I want to thank everybody for joining me on a Friday. It was kind of a little bit of a makeup project day. I will do a Saturday sometime in the future, because I do want to like stream enough. The only way I can afford to do these weird projects is by streaming. So I need to do it a little bit more. But we had Ghost Freak come in here and raid. We had Ghost Freak come in here, and I believe it was coordinated Ludricio as well as Hermit's So Hard all raided at once. Hermit's So Hard, I'm not sure if that was a part of that combination flood of people or what. But yeah, those good times. Let's see, anything going on? What? Yeah, Ludricio, I have not checked up with in a while. Oh, Rabaz is on. What is he doing? Oh, he's doing more Kingdoms. I don't think he's able to break away from that game. He's going to play that for the next 600 hours. Well, you guys can check out Davez playing My Summer Car, Tomato, Critical, or something like that. I got obligations. I got places to go. So I'm going to stop the stream, and then I won't be around for a little while. But it's his new crack. I know it's one of those games like Hoi 4 that he's going to play 10,000 hours of. And I don't know. I'm not going to be there for that. But it's always fun. Rabas does a good stream. God damn it, Dewey. 42 months from Dewey. Finally, you were waiting for that, weren't you? Dewey is subbed for 42 months, saying this stream brought to you by the number 42, which is the answer of the question, what is 6 times 9? I'll give the Twitch API time to catch up. Come on, Twitch API. Oh, there it goes. That little green LED cascade. And we're going to put Dewey 42 up on the board for the 42nd time. That was a fortuitous number. Oh, get it? Fortuitous? Fortuitous. 4-2. Welcome to the board. You're right above Mr. Don't Care, which is oddly appropriate. All right. Yeah, Dewey 42, time to pack it up. Your work here is done. Thank you guys so much. I mean, the Ghost Freak 66 raid was insane. And we had Ludricio as well as, yeah, Hermit. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. And yeah, I'll be back eventually. It's probably going to be a couple days, probably till Tuesday. I got a lot of stuff to work on in the background. I'm going to try to, you know, make some progress on this stuff. So Tuesday at the beginning of the stream, hopefully I will have a fan adapter or two that I can use. I probably could have jumped on Amazon and bought them for $1. Oh well. See you guys.